Welcome everyone to the junior division of Runeterra Academy for the final time this season. I
Yeah,
am Tiger. I'm here with Miles David as per usual. Miles, this is an exciting matchup we got today.
yeah, and kind of unexpected too, honestly. Air Esports Survival managing to make it all the way to the finals, going through BBC, who we kind of expected to be here, ready to defend their title against their former teammate CBR Acid, but instead they unfortunately lost in the semifinals, and now we have Air Esports, so kind of flipping the script here and expectations.
Yeah, we're getting right into the start of draft here. I think that my highest expectation for this series is going to be the jungle matchup between Acid and Ryuji. Acid,
Yep.
we interviewed after last week's semifinals, and
hmm
he said that he wanted to get another chance to face Ryuji, so this is going to be probably two of the top three junglers at least, if not the top two junglers in Runeterra Academy's junior division going head
Yep.
to head.
Yep, definitely. I mean, as Acid said, he kind of did want to face his former teammates in the finals, but based on who will be the superior jungler here, it's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna come out on top as the bans are coming in. Talia, not really a meta champion, but is a champion that Frosty likes to use a lot, and that allows him to help facilitate Acid as he goes around the map. I'm surprised that they're not concentrating more bans towards him. We may end up actually being able to see Acid's Kha'Zix for the first time in forever. I don't think I've casted this Kha'Zix in a while.
Yeah, well, I think that an interesting idea here from Air might be that you just can't ban out Acid anyways, so you may as well target some of the smaller champion pools. You got Frosty on the Talia as one of the comfort picks.
There
You
we
got
go.
Zara has only played the Kais, the Trist, and Zaya, so I wouldn't be surprised. And the Lux getting pinched on Frosty's pool once again, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a first pick Zaya here, just to support Evil Czar's champion pool.
Mm-hmm.
But I also like the Nautilus ban against Core. That's pretty good. But it
Up.
looks like they're going to show us the bug.
Finally, yeah, there we go. Bugs in the any buggers in the chat, but anyway. Yep. I mean CBR, I think they'd rather just focus on getting Acid what he wants. He is the star player of the team. He is the guy that they rely on to be able to carry the game. And on this Kha'Zix, he's extremely deadly. But now a question on what Evil Zera has to will give us. What will he show up on? Evil Zera has been consistently like one of the secondary carries for the side of CB Rush. So if he can show us a different ADC and does well on it, it's gonna be definitely change the game when it comes to the draft in the future of this best of five series. Oh, okay, Lucian being picked up. That still
The
can be
Lucian
flexed to top,
Nami.
but no, it's not gonna be flexed top. It's gonna be Lucian Nami in the bot lane.
Yeah, I like this combo still. I think that having the hard engaged
Oh,
support of the Leona is going to be a nice thing for Air Esports Revival. But having the Lucian Nami lane should give CBR some early advantages. So we'll see if they're going to be able to play through it. And the Echo, which could be Economical's namesake, but we've often seen Ryuji play it as
yeah.
well.
We
So
often
it
seen
could be a
Ryuji
little bit of
play it. And we'll see if he can match the Kha'Zix. Both junglers kind of do want to farm up, kind of want to get stronger when it comes to the late game. And if they're able to get to that stage, it will be a question of who finds who first because
Mhm.
someone's gonna get deleted of off the map once they find each other. It'll be quite a fight or quite a duel rather, as top laners now being taken out of the field as well. Rutledge extremely strong on the volley bear being taken out,
Mhm.
and the mid champion pool has been pinched even more. Set, of course, one of the premier top lane champions as well here in Runeterra Academy. He's just so reliable. He's basically the replacement for Renekton at this point. Lots of CC, lots of ability to sustain through lane, has the possibility of snowballing, and is very good at facilitating the team. So that getting out of their graves as well. Not really a facilitator, but one of the stronger carry picks in the meta at the moment, especially in the solo lane. And instead, it's gonna be a Yoni ban. Okay, interesting. So there's gonna be Air Revival with a chance to pick that up, but instead, looks like they might go with the blind pick Pantheon. Very
Yeah,
interesting. This could be mid.
I think.
I'm assuming this
Yeah,
mid.
I think Panth mid. Uh, it could be Panth jungle even potentially. So some flexibility here. But what I'm looking towards in the history of these two teams is Bobby Rob having the Darius presence throughout the split. I think that with Zaya on the team and Echo, which are two of the slippery champions that are harder to finish off kills onto, having that Darius there could end up being like a 1v5 team fight sort of thing where you just have to survive the initial burst of the enemy team and then you bring
Ooh.
in the Darius and finish off everyone. But the Zoe pickup here for CP Rush is going to change kind of how it looks. I mean, they've got Poke and Assassinate really as sort of the comp that's being developed here, and I think that that's a good thing for their style.
And they have a front line right now with Rutledge picking up the Tom Kench as well over in the top lane. A very hard lane to be able to deal with. If you're not aware on how to deal with Tom Kench, you're going to have a very rough time up there in the top lane. Rutledge probably not going to put out the flashiest show, but he's definitely going to be reliable up there. And Frosty on the Zoe. I don't know what to make of this too much. I haven't seen him on the Zoe. But Zoe is one of those champions that can slot into a lot of team comps. But it kind of does make CB Rush's team comp a bit harder to use. And there we go. As you said, the prediction is there, Tiger. The Darius being picked up. And, well, I'm looking to see Air Revival start concentrating resource toward that top side, right? Get the Darius ahead, and if he's able to do that, maybe he'll be able to finish things off. It's a bit more varied of a team comp coming from Air Revival right now with they have the AP damage threat coming from the Echo, and they have good all-in laners with the Pantheon and Darius. But I think they kind of need to snowball in order to get into the mid game reliably. Otherwise, relying on Zaya to be able to carry late game, it might just take too long, and CB Rush will end up running over them. So it's an interesting fight between these two. On the other hand, it's pretty hard to pilot CB Rush's team comp since most of them are squishy. Like Tom Kench can only save one person.
Yeah, and I think that with the Darius here, that should be a decent matchup into Tom Kench. I believe with Kench winning that one at level 1, but once you get to level 3 or 4, I think that Darius should start being able to take on that matchup a little bit more effectively. And then into the team fights, if you aren't able to have a way to kill off the Darius, then it's going to be really hard to navigate the team fights at all. I mean, it might be up to the Lucian to have enough damage to even finish off a kill onto Darius, because Darius is going to have some good life steal going on, going to be tanky in his own right to begin with, and then it's just difficult to take out a fed Darius with burst. Now, if CBR gets ahead, that might be entirely mitigated by the fact that Acid on the Kha'Zix could just be one-shotting everyone, in which case that would be a very difficult situation for Air.
There's
But
also
I think
the possibility, Tiger, you're missing the possibility though. They can run circles around this Darius if they want to. Nami Lucian is one of those bot lanes that can CC you and just completely mitigate you by just kiting back. And Darius is that type of champion with that kind of weakness, unless he gets a really good flank, or if they get the guaranteed CC onto the bot lane or whatever squishy they want to do. Zoe can also hit him with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and he's basically dead in the water. So, I mean, it is possible for CB Rush to take him down, but it's a lot harder, but definitely a lot more doable than some people might suspect. Tiger, you there? All right, so Tiger is disconnected for a bit. I'm not sure what happened to him. Maybe his mic got cut for a bit. But guys, yeah, looking at these two team comps, my top tier analysis for this grand finals, obviously, CB Rush definitely have a team comp that can be a bit harder to pull off, but can be extremely strong when piloting into the mid game, especially if they manage to get to objectives first, where Zoe can immediately just poke out so many targets coming from Air. But Air Revival, they definitely just have the easier team comp to pull off. I mean, they have the ultimate from Leona, they have tons of engage, they have Pantheon coming in from a flank with the Grand Starfall, so it should be an interesting match between these two, an interesting first game, which is exactly what we want to see in this grand final between CB Rush and Air Esports Revival. So, guys, if you're watching, don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short spectator delay.
The unknown terror that stood alone.
Welcome back to the Rift, everyone. It's time for game number one. CBR is on the blue side, and on the red side, we've got Air Esports Revival. This should be a pretty good matchup, and we might have a little bit of early action here with the four-man group on the top side for Air Esports Revival.
I mean, why not? They have definitely have a good level one, a lot of guaranteed CC two if Economical decides to start his W Shield Vault. So probably not gonna amount to much other than a word yet. Just making sure that both teams aren't doing anything too nasty. With regards to this level one, I've seen a lot of teams try to abuse a better level one, but it seems like both teams just want to feel each other out at this point. Make sure that the other isn't doing anything too sneaky, so we should have something standard between these two, at least in the early game, with Ryuji and Acid gonna be fighting for farm.
Yeah, and I had a quick computer crash, so I wasn't able to get back on your point. But I think that you made a good point that if the kiting is good enough from CBR, then they shouldn't have any difficulty dealing with Bobby Rob's Darius.
Hmm.
But I was going to make the counterpoint that with Ghost, Darius should be able to at least catch up to some of the slower members unlike Acid or Frosty or Rutledge. I mean, Grey Dog and Evils are going to maybe be able to kite around with the Nami spells, but I think that it should be interesting to see who Bobby Rob can catch up to if he's fed.
Yep. I mean, if he gets fed, that's the big question. If he'll be able to get there. Level one looks like he's getting a good advantage for himself. So priority in top lane, at least for the side of Air Esports Revival. If they can make it their own, the solo laner's doing well. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's Evil Zera and Greedog actually winning out, which is kind of to be expected. You know, it is a Lucian Nami lane against Saya, so bot priority there. The problem is that Acid is making his way towards the top side, so if he gets invaded, it might end up being a problem. Right now, Bobby Rob is gonna try and make sure that Acid is contained with a deep ward over there by the blue side, and Frosty
Ooh.
gonna get punished there for overstepping a bit. Something you have to keep in mind. And oh wait, here comes a
Here
gank.
comes the bot lane gank. Ryuji gonna try to show up with the parallel convergence. Not gonna quite connect for the stun, but Core gonna
Oh
flash forward and get the stun down. Ryuji's flash going to be expended as well. Grey Dog not going to quite be able to chase down just yet. You die now,
oh my
taking a
gosh,
pretty big
Sarah.
poke from Evil's Star, but here comes the re-engage. Zenith Blade is good.
Oh
Ryuji's still here, going to be able to pick himself up first blood, and that means Air Esports Revival have struck first.
man, that Evil Zera, he overstepped there. Unfortunately, just got hit by Core Zenith Blade. He just decided to be a bit too greedy and just got caught. That's basically it right now. Even though they got away with a lot more, I think Redog should have been dead actually at that point. Fortunately, able to survive, but yeah, it was there giving that one back. That's not gonna be nice. Not gonna be nice at all. But well, what can you
Yeah.
do right now if you're if you're CB Rush, giving that advantage over to the enemy jungler too? It's gonna be hard as a
Ooh, flash forward
Frosty.
economical. Looking for the support on the
Oh
gank. Ryuji gonna come in, but Frosty turns it around before economical can get out alive. That means it's 1-for-1. And Acid is here. Ryuji not going to be able to escape that. And we've got some jungle on jungle violence. It's 2-2 in the early game.
that's a decent shutdown also. Wait, I wasn't sure if there was a shutdown onto Ryuji. If not, well, at least he still got the kill and Acid still on the map to get tempo for himself, so able to punish the fact that he got the kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Rutledge actually winning out on the trades.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there was no shutdown gold since it was so quickly after the second kill, but still a good counter. And right now we're dead even on the gold, and pretty similar places too. I think that a slight advantage for Ryuji, and then a slight advantage for Frosty in the mid lane, having picked up that kill. But other than that, I mean, this is about as even as you can get. Obviously, we're very early into the game still, so that's not a surprise. But first Drake about to come up. It's an Ocean Drake, so we'll see if either side feels like contesting that. It looks like not right on the spawn, please.
Yeah, I think we'll start to see bigger leads once it gets to the mid game, and we start to see some skirmishing, some team fights happen between these guys. That'll be the exciting part, Tiger. When the big 5v5s happen. But right now, the advantage that Evil Zera and Freedog did get in the bot lane just got completely nullified by their overstep, so they have to fall back a bit. And Byudai definitely in a good position to be able to scale up into the late game. He needs to get there though, which is the big thing. However, Saya has been increasing priority in solo queue. She's been getting stronger and stronger. Now, I'm not completely sure why she is getting stronger and stronger. I believe that the most recent buffs did give her a little boost in power, but now one of the highest win rate ADCs in the current meta. So the fact that Byudai was able to take this away from Evil Zera is pretty big. And right now, you nullified what Lucian is good at, right? You nullified that he's supposed to be good in lane. He's supposed to be the one commanding the presence in the bot lane. But because of the overstep from Evil Zera, it's just not happening right now. So that plan got nullified. Maybe Acid can bring this one back if he's able to get a good gank off there. But Ryuji is there to make sure that nothing untoward happens to his bot lane.
Yeah. And I did want to take a moment. I didn't get to do this before the game started, but I wanted to hear who you have winning this series, what game score you think that we might be looking at.
And I'm gonna be biased now that I'm looking at this early game. I think
What you
I think CV Rush definitely will end up winning the series. This game one though, so far it's kind of going in the favor slightly of. Okay, wait. There's a gank,
Here
and I think
comes
Redog's dead.
trouble for Kraydog. Stun comes through. Ryuji picking up the kill, and Acid can do nothing about it. Now that
Yeah.
means Frosty may be roaming down. We might have some river contest here. Byudai
Wait, they're going
1v1
in?
versus Sarah. Now Core going to engage onto Acid. Frosty's here first, gonna roam down, gonna have the sleep. But
Whoa.
here comes Economical with the Grand Starfall, able to finish off Acid. Core is burning down, will finish off, but Frosty falls as well. Economical making it a double kill for himself, and it's 2-for-1 in the river fight in favor of Air Esports Revival.
The teleport came too late for Rutledge to be able to do anything in that bot lane skirmish. It started with Kreedog getting caught out, getting slammed against the wall and stunned up, but now it just turned out into an all-out disaster for the side of CB Rush, who were only able to get one kill
Ooh.
back. Wait, they're getting
Oh,
more.
Rutledge going forward with the flash devour.
Oh.
The shutdown going over. Double kill not going to last him that long. Economical sent back to the fountain.
Yep, that's a good positive thing going on for CB Rush. At least they're able to get something back. Meanwhile, though, in the top lane, Bobby Rob is just free to get so many plates up here in the top lane and continue to snowball. As you said, Darius gonna be very hard to deal with if he's given permission to be able to just go to get more resources for himself, like just like that. Especially once he starts getting the Gore Drinker for himself, might end up being very unkillable when it comes to the 5v5 fights. And well, it's still I think Air Esports Survival in a very happy position unless Core
Or
absolutely runs it right now.
trying to get it played
No.
out, but not so lucky. Falling asleep, dreaming of the fountain, and back there you must go because Acid picks up the kill. We're 5-5 on the scoreboard. Quite a tight game, and the first Drake going to go over to CP Rush. So with the 1,000 gold lead, we should be about even right now, I believe.
So far this game, things just happen when the supports get caught out. Tiger. Very unfortunate
Yeah.
to say, but Kreedog getting caught out in the first skirmish, and now Core trying to go for wards where he doesn't have control over the map. Just unfortunate for both supports right now. And well,
Yeah.
the fact that the first dragon goes over to Acid is definitely a nice bonus. As Byudai, he's not aware that there's a ward down there.
He's sleeping in the brush, gonna have to use the Featherstorm. Here comes the
Oh.
tidal wave, finishing off the kill. A fatal tidal wave. It was a tsunami as Kraydog picks up the kill in the bot lane.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was that's very unfortunate, unfortunately, for Byudai. Just sitting on top of a ward and Evil Zera just able to wail on him. It took him so long to react as well. I'm not sure if he was looking somewhere else on the map, but he was just getting the full brunt of the culling without even moving anywhere. So really punish the bot lane of the side of Air Esports Survival right now, making one mistake after another, especially after which is weird, especially because of the advantage they were able to accrue for themselves earlier on, and now we might have a 2v2.
Yeah, acid over the wall. Here comes
Oh,
the Chrono break. Ryuji gonna try to finish off the kill on acid. Dodges out the
oh,
bubble. goes down, but under tower, Acid's able to win the 1v1. Grey Dog could be in trouble here as well. Sleepy time for Bobby Rob, but Economical lands the spear, and Grey Dog will fall as well. 1-for-1 so far. Abyssal Dive going to come out. Bobby Rob could be in some trouble here, going to try to find the decimating smash, but he is
Oh
devoured, and Rutledge picks up a second kill in the fight for CBR.
man, the Creed Dog being there at the right moment at the right time absolutely saved that skirmish for the side of CB Rush. They were able to speed up Acid in time to get away from Ryuji, and he ended up getting the shutdown for himself. So even more of a snowball already happening for Acid on this Kazakh's pick. Who there's a reason this pick is permabanned against him. Oh wait,
Here
Frosty.
comes a collapse, but it's a
Oh,
good sandwich for the side of Air
oh,
Esports. Evils are going to be dove under tower 1-for-1 in the bot lane. Rutledge going to be able to get out. Ryuji going to be in trouble here as Acid trying to turn the fight around. It will be just a disengage coming through for CB Rush. Economical still looking to go forward, but trades all around. I think 2-for-1 in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Aries Sport Survival, I mean, they're showing their dominance in the bot lane at least, able to punish the fact that the Scree Dog was not their support ADC. So they just decided to dive him and end up getting away with it. The support ended up dying. Of course, Core ended up trading his life, but the Die was able to collect. So I think that's still a good trade for them overall. And across the map, they're going to be able to get the Rift Herald as well. So some good responses back from Air Esports Survival, especially on that top side. Good on Economical and Ruji to not give up that Rift Herald. A lot of teams would have just given that up, but they recognized that they would have the advantage if they managed to catch someone out, and Frosty was the victim.
Yeah, and really well turned around. That means that right now Ryuji is holding the Eye of the Herald. We'll see if that's going to be exploited for turret plates, hopefully somewhere before the plates go down. 2 more minutes on that. I've seen earlier today in one of my solo queue games a jungler wait until right after plates fell to put it down, but I don't think
Oh,
that
you hate to
Ryuji
see it.
wants to do that. It looks like a dive in the top lane may be on the menu here. We'll see if that ends up falling through. Ryuji just sitting in wait right now. As Acid on a ward here, I don't think that he's going to be causing too much trouble unless the bot lane of Air Esports Revival is feeling a little too brash.
There's no way they fall for this, right? They see Ashes there, and they're making sure they're keeping their distance. And there we
I
go. They
like
know
this.
now.
They're
Yeah.
they're keeping him. They're baiting him to stay around. They're going to not allow him to find any kills. But there is a Drake coming up shortly. It is an Infernal Drake. About 45 seconds
Oh
now.
wait,
Top lane is the dive coming through. Bobby
going.
Rob going to try to stop the kill. Rutledge going to Abyssal dive out into Flash. Ryuji walking forward, but it will not be any kills. But the tower should be falling here. Economical may be in some trouble in the mid lane. We'll see if it's going to be followed up on. It's like he was able to get himself out alive of that one. Now Core and Budai maybe looking to collapse on
Oh, they see
Acid, but
him.
even here, Core going to throw down the Solar Flare into
Oh,
stopwatch. Budai taking a lot of damage here, but the Feather Storm's good. Acid already down. Economical coming in with the Grand Starfall, looking for more damage onto Grey Dog. Teleport coming in, and now Ares Sports Revival must
going for
escape
more.
with their one kill. Evilzara
Oh,
walking forward. Official dive lands onto two. Big knockups coming through. Evilzara going to be able to pick up the kill onto Core. Beauty Die trying to get under the tower with
oh,
about 500
Frosty.
HP left. But the snipe comes through with the paddle star. Frosty picking up the kill.
This might be
Bobby
a
Robinson
problem.
trying to turn around as well. Economical able to go on a killing spree here, trying to finish off the kill onto Rutledge as well. The shutdown comes through, but Rutledge will fall. Bobby Rob looking to chase down the final kill onto Frosty, but I think that will just about do it for the fight. A 3-for-2 in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Yep, that was. I mean, it was well played from both sides, just fighting tooth and nail for positioning across the dragon. The top lane, they realized it all started with that play with Acid being spotted there on that bot side, right, trying to hide under a ward, to try and get a gank onto the bot lane. Unfortunately, oh
Acid's
wait,
already got smite down. Core
oh
gonna
no,
look for the stones coming through. Acid gonna
oh
fall. Drowsy is Ryuji, but that's not going to be followed up at all. And no smite there, but Core finishes off the Drake. So 1-to-1 on the Drake counts. And now with a 3,000 gold lead, Air Esports Revival is looking like a good position. Core may need to back off a little bit here. Not going to be able to win the control ward fight, which is unfortunate for all the supports out there. But that's how it goes sometimes. Better not to die.
yeah, it's not really a good position right now for the side of CB Rush after losing that big Series of skirmishes in the bot side. Unfortunately for them, just took too long to be able to beat out the rest of their opponents, and they lose the dragon as a process.
We've
Uh,
got Core and Budai lying in wait here and trying to find a little bit of a pick potentially. Kraydog has been giving those up a little bit today. But now Ryuji going to try to find the dive, and it's going to be Frosty going down under the tower. Ryuji with the clean combos coming through. Now we're going to have just a little bit of a check on what's going on here. I don't think that I can figure out any problem that I'm having on my end, but I'm being told that I'm having mic issues.
I can hear some weird statics coming from your mic. Not gonna lie, Tiger. But anyway, yeah. Back to the game right now. It's been pretty close. With still Ares First Rival getting the advantage. Okay, ultimate
Yeah,
fuse.
we're on engaged. Solar Flare coming down. Not going to find the stuns on it either. Now it's going to be a culling dropping core to about 400 HP. And economical and Ryuji in the mid lane,
Oh,
maybe dove by Acid, but Ryuji is here. He's going to look for the stun, not going to find it. Acid going to be in trouble, still about 500 HP left. Now it's going to be
oh
this
no.
good use of the Chrono Break will bring Ryuji back to safety as the kill goes down onto Acid.
That's very unfortunate. Finding himself falling farther and farther behind. After a really good early game from him, it feels like the skirmishes does not have been kind for him. Trying to make desperate plays for his team across the map, and they just haven't been working out. He's just been walking in straight into the arms of Air Esports Survival every single time so far. And yeah, it's just Air Esports Survival. It looks like end up running away with this first game so far, with the lead getting stronger and stronger for them. Unless Frosty not able to get the
Drop
kill.
very low, going to be burned down by the ignite, but Ryuji will try to counter the kill. Smite goes down.
Oh,
Ryuji looks for one more auto attack and will be able to find it a 1-for-1 in the mid lane, and the counter engage is a little bit too late from Rutledge and Acid.
yeah, they tried to get in on him. Zenith Blade used. Here comes Featherstorm as well. So much abilities in the bot lane. Zara
Oh,
just gets taken
I with the
down.
Blade Caller actually going to be able to take him down.
Oh,
Acid 1v1ing and will be able to take down Ryuji, but Bobby Rob on the chase. Down goes the
he's
Ghost.
dead.
Will be able to find the hook and spin to win. Bobby Rob picking up the kill onto Acid. 3-for-1 overall in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Yeah, Ares for survival just winning out on the skirmishes. Now I praised back in the semifinal last week. I did praise CB Russia's skirmishing a lot, but right now it's coming to bite them at the moment because Ares for survival are just beating them out on all fronts when it comes to the skirmish. Acid has not been able to get activated. Every time he gets a counter kill, he just gets killed in return. And it's just been really well played so far by Air Esports Survival, especially from Ruji, who's just almost always at the right place at the right time. Economical as well on this Pantheon, proving extremely useful when with the Grand Starfall. He's always there before Frosty can even do anything. So
Yeah,
it's always just Air Esports Survival with the big ban advantage because of the Grand Starfall.
yeah, and that's been kind of the story of this game so far is that Economical has been able to roam where he needs to help out the team, and Bobby Rob has built himself up a lead, and Acid just has been shut down every time that he goes for something. He's been getting good kills off, but just not being able to follow through on the back end of that by picking up anything. It's Ryuji trying to collapse here onto Rutledge. Rutledge may be looking to get out of this one alive, just walking it back. But the turret is very low here, should be falling, and Rutledge may be staying around a little too
Oh
close to
no.
it. Core gonna flash Zenith Blade, gonna connect with that. The stuns come through. The
Ooh.
CC chain is true, and BU Die picks up the kill as the Rift Herald going to charge towards the tier 3 top. Frosty gonna try to dissuade it, but one turret down, make the inhibitor under fire as well. Bu Die going to take a chunk, and that may do it for us in the top lane. But that's a good venture from the side of Ares Sports Revival to get the top inhibitor tower down.
Yeah, they're not gonna get go for the inhibitor just yet. They don't want to be feeding resources into the carries into the arms of Evil Zera. Instead, they're just going to leave that and wait for them to be able to get something. But here comes the teleport coming from Rutledge.
Like
Bobby Rob
to
pathing.
fight this Bobby Rob going to find an immediate hook onto two. was able to dodge out the
Rutledge.
bubble as well. Rutledge going to be dove on top of, but now the turn could
Oh,
come. Course at the front going to try to tank it up, but not going to have
oh,
enough stats, and a big abyssal dive onto 3 View Dragon and go immediately into the Feather Storm.
oh.
Now the re-engage comes through, and immediately with the Chrono Break, 2 kills go over to Ryuji. Now the health bars are very low on CB Rush. Make it a triple kill for Ryuji. Acid going to try to stalk his way into the night, but Economical going to try to chase him down. The shield vault is there, and Economical picks up the 4th kill of the fight. It's a 4-for-1 in the Dragon going in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Yeah, and this is what I mean when I say that CB Rush's team comp is hard to pilot in a straight up 5v5. They do have the tools to be able to kite things out, but once Rutledge is down, the front line's completely gone. Unfortunately for them, Ryuji is just so much stronger right now on this Echo pick, able to get get his AOE abilities onto multiple targets and taking them down before they can even do enough damage. So, despite Core having to give his life, it was still definitely worth for Air Esports Survival, who are in a commanding position in this game right now and could be in a position to close this out. They probably should be setting up around Baron, and there's no reason why they shouldn't because they're just so much stronger than their opponents at the moment.
Yeah, and with the setup around Baron, they got a couple of options. They could try to go for the start. I mean, they've got Zaya, which does pretty good
Mm-hmm.
damage, and they've got enough of a front line that they can do it pretty healthily. But it
They're
looks like they're
going.
opting to try to find a fight. Economical already dropping acid around 400 HP. Ignite taking down,
Oh,
looking for the spear, and the Ignite will finish off the kill. Economical doing it all himself. The solo kill in the
jungler
5v5 area.
dead.
Now 5v4 on the map, no jungler on the other team. This should be in the hands of Ares Rival. The drowsy coming through, the sleep will come through as well, but the chrono break will bring Ryuji back to
There's
safety.
Grand
Here
Starfall.
comes the Grand Starfall, looking to go onto the backline potentially. Tidal Wave going to be able to pick up for Grey Dog, not going to be able to combo.
Oh,
Economical is doing work on the backline, trading one back. Evils are able to pick up the kill onto Economical, but Bobby Rob going to try to finish down the chase down. 3-for-1 so far, but at least the Baron has not been finished off just yet, and I don't know if they're going to be able to turn back towards it because Acid has respawned.
I mean, it looks like they're just waiting for more kills at this point. Waiting for CBR to get go into their arms as Acid again. Oh
View your
man.
dive is pretty powerful, just able to walk straight towards Acid, and Acid has to jump away. And with his health bar down, it looks like that will be enough for Ares Sports Revival to start up the Baron.
They're gonna melt this quickly too. Saya's gonna do so much damage to this Baron, so I don't think there's any way for CB Rush to be able to contest this one. They have to give it up. Unfortunately, finding themselves so far behind already. It's a 12,000 gold lead, and you have to shout out this mid jungle duo, Economical and Ryuji, really doing it for their team. Unfortunately, Frosty and Acid just weren't able to keep up on the skirmish potential. So, real credit goes to them for Air Esports Survival success in this game one between these two in the grand finals, no less.
Ooh, Ryuji trying
Oh wait,
to take away some
I
wards,
caster
maybe
cursed
a
it. Oh
bridge
my
too far. The
gosh.
Battle Star finishing it off. These evils are economical
Oh,
now, going to find
what?
acid in the jungle and just blows him up. A one shot coming through, and it's a trade of junglers on opposite sides of the map.
Oh my gosh, both junglers just running it. Unfortunate, but it's still areas for survival with the tempo advantage. They can still push this tower in. They can push so much in for themselves, but their offensive did get blunted with the death of their jungler. So not really anyone who can really threaten the back line yet, as they're just going
Rutledge
in.
actually go for the Devour. They want to take the fight, and it's not going to connect on the Solar Flare. Economical,
Oh
big
no.
two-man bubble coming through. Economical going to burn down to the culling. Now Rutledge going to try to continue the attack. Abyssal Dive going to be interrupted by the Blade Caller. That means that will be all for this engagement. One kill going back the way of CB Rush.
Yep, that's a pretty important shot now going over to the hands of Evil Zara, so he's able to get more resources onto himself. Fortunately, Economical will have the Grand Starfall in time to be able to go for the next dragon. It is going to be a Mountain Soul, and if they're able to get that, that'll be a lot of ways to mitigate the burst damage coming in from side CB Rush and Acid.
Ooh, and once again, Ryuji tanking up the bubble, but not going to be punished for it. Just enough to disengage as Acid wants to get out alive. But with the Drake spawning here in 7 seconds, he's going to have to stay around. Buyudai putting down some poke, still doing a lot of damage with those feathers.
Acid,
Ryuji
acid.
going to try to go forward, has the stun. Acid is already down. The solar flare finishing off the
He's going
kill.
for
Chrono
more.
Break gonna keep Ryuji alive. One traded back, his core will fall. Bobby Rob looking to be on the flank. Rutledge going to teleport in. Now it's a 4v4. Is Frosty going to go forward? Bobby Rob
Oh,
at
the
about
flash.
half. Going to flash forward. Going to be
Oh!
able to find the two-man hook. Economical here as well with the Grand Starfall. Rutledge going to try to escape. Going to take a spear to the back. Now Ryuji going to dash forward, and many dashes, and as a matter of fact, and Economical is there with the stun, able to finish off the kill. Frosty is going to be the last man standing as the ignite ticks down. Economical very low as well, but both mid laners should be able to escape this alive, and the Drake will be the prize as Ares Sports Revival win yet another fight.
Nomico's just way too strong at the moment, just outputting so much damage. 3 items already on the Pantheon. That means any squishy target that lands in his that lands in his sight just immediately
Ooh,
dies as
Acid wants
solo
to
kill.
1v1
Oh my
die, but you
gosh.
cannot do that. Two fed on the Zaya. Bird eats bug, and that's how it goes down in the mid lane.
Maybe a bit of a tilted play that one. I don't Acid trying to get something done, but unfortunately just not able to. And at that point, if the ADC is winning 1v1s against the enemy jungler, you know you're just in the best position possible. The moment 3,000 gold lead, already at soul point, Ares Sword Survival, I think this game is just I think this game is just completely in their favor right now, and all they have to do is bring it over the finish line. And they shouldn't have too much trouble because Ryuji, the top side just way too strong right now. We can see that Buyudai as well has scaled up pretty much already with the completed items. LDR completed as well on the Zaya, so it's just such a strong position right now for Ares for survival. I'm just echoing the sentiment over and over again because there's nothing else to say. Unfortunately for CB Rush, they just got out skirmished, outfought in the early game, and now it resulted to them being this far behind. And it's so hard to see them coming back into this, especially when even the scaling is not on their side.
I see what you did there with the echoing. But regardless of all of our puns going back and forth, it looks like Ryuji has set himself up once again in a position where he may be looking for an assassination. Frosty may be the target here. Bobby Rob going to be walking forward as well, but it looks like that will not be happening just yet. Don't check any of those brushes; they're scary.
Uh
Acid now maybe brush checking himself. Ryuji able to take away the blue buff first. Acid going to try to find the way to turn it
oh.
around. Here comes the abyssal
Woo!
dive. Good chrono break going to get Ryuji to safety. Now Core going to be taking the brunt of the combo from Frosty. Now Bobby Rob in the front line 1v4, but
Oh
Beauty
no!
dies here. Well, good stun comes through, and the shutdown goes over to Evil Zara, going to dash forward for a double kill onto Core. Both bot laners are gone, and Bobby
Oh!
Rob going to try to turn it around.
Oh
Has
no!
it done,
Bobby
has
Rob!
the heals, will survive for a bit longer. Now going to try to burn down and will be falling here. Ryuji going to try to finish off the
Oh
last two
my
kills. They're able
gosh!
to finish off Frosty here, and Kraydog cannot finish off the fight. 4 for 3 in favor of Air Esports Revival, and Economical is starting to raise the base.
Yep, already. I mean, that was a 4v5, and yet it was still. It still ended up being. It still ended up being Ares for survival just coming out on top in that fight. Acid is almost up. I'm
Kraydog
not sure
actually
what he can
stopped
do.
this.
Will Economical just end the game right here? Oh no, he's gonna do
Economical
more.
finding
K
the
Dog.
stun. Kraydog going to drop very low.
Oh.
Will be able to survive. Acid is back on the map, but the last Nexus tower has fallen. And that means that Ryuji and Economical are going to have to back off here. Acid jumping forward. Now
Going.
Economical flashes
Oh.
to the stun.
Couldn't leave
Ryuji
it.
able to finish off the kill. Will be stunned up for a second, but goes in for the Chrono break. Now Economical going to Grand Starfall the way
Very
out.
Ryuji's dead.
Abyssal dive
Oh
coming
wait,
through.
no.
Ryuji going to
Oh, he got
lead
stunned.
dodge, and now Ryuji going to be in trouble. The solar flare going to come down, but it will not save the jungler of Air Esports Revival. Still, it's multiple kills and all the Nexus towers going in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Yeah, both junglers ended up going down. Ryuji's gonna take a lot longer to respawn, but they're paying the Baron immediately. They know that they can melt this quickly, and there's not really any way for the side of CB Rush to be able to respond to this. They're able to get it. Another big advantage for themselves. Already, two inhibitors are destroyed, the top and bottom inhibitor. So Ares for Survival, once they get this Baron, they just have to walk those minions in and take the win for themselves. The next is exposed as well. So yeah, it just has to be clean. It has to be fundamental League of Legends coming out from the side of Ares for Survival if they want to close this out. The fight they took in top lane, while they still came up on top, was extremely close. I don't think they want to be able to have that happen again because you're giving CB Rush a chance, no matter how small it is, to come back into this game. Economical just probably way too strong on the Pantheon right now, but you never want to give those chance. There were some good lockups coming in from Creedog to be able to get those kills on to Evil Zara, but it was just Darius getting too fed and getting on top of their opponents, on top of
Yeah.
his opponents to be able to get the kill. So
Yeah, and
unfortunate.
I think that going up to this Drake coming up in 30 seconds, we got to keep an eye on Economical's ult timer. The Grand Starfall into the base, into
Oh
ending
no,
the game
they're
is a
going.
legit possibility. Now it may be the
Whoa,
3v4 setup. Grey Dog taking half health just from one spear.
that's
Economical
two
doing work
thirds.
already on the map. Now going to try to find a flank, potentially Acid maybe here as well.
Give
Acid
up.
going to
Oh
be
no.
jumped on, stunned, and immediately finished off by Ryuji. Economical still walking forward with the Aegis
Oh,
Assault, but going to be burned down with the culling. Shutdown coming through. It's 1-for-1. And now the push forward continuing from Air Esports Revival. Now it's going to be a Paddle Star connecting into the team. Flash Solar Flare is not going to connect, but the base is under fire. Now an Abyssal Dive just to try to finish off the minions before the rest of the team arrives for Ares Sports
going in.
Revival. Now the front line going to be stunned up, but Ryuji going to be able to chrono break it back and keep the rest of the team alive. Beauty going to be
Over.
able to pick up the kill onto Evil Zara, and that means that 2 more in favor of Air Esports Revival will end game number 1 with the 1-0 series lead going to the 4 seed.
Well, that was a really well played game from Air Esports Survival. The top side, especially. I mean, everyone on the team performed super admirably to shut down Acid on the other side of the map. Economical and Ryuji were absolutely stand-up performers, just winning out on the skirmishes again and again. With Economical always the first to be there before Frosty can even land, before Frosty can even be in the area. So really well played from them, just from the onset, from the early skirmishing, and hopefully we can see more from them going into the series. And if they do, they might just end up winning against CB Rush, which it's gonna be the upset because CB Rush are definitely the ones favored going into this matchup. But right now they look shaken.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that stemmed just from the early game 2v2 in the mid lane, mid jungle, and Acid just got shut down by Economical and Ryuji at the beginning. 4-13-4 on the signature Kha'Zix is not a good look at the start of the series for CB Rush, but there's always more time to adapt. We'll see if they're going to be able to figure something out going into game number 2, but I love what we've seen here from Aries Sports Revival in the first game. They're able to take off the game where they don't have the side selection, and now they're in the position where they should be able to win the series if they can continue this pattern.
Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through?
Welcome back, everyone. A surprising result, to say the least, in game number one. But now getting into the draft for game number two, Miles, what are you looking at to potentially change up here for CV Rush?
Well, CB Rush, unfortunately, got a setback already in their first game. Especially since they gave Kazakhs his signature champion, the Kazakhs, and sorry, they gave Acid his signature champion, and it just didn't work out for the side of CB Rush. Unfortunately, losing out on the skirmishes. Hopefully, we can see more from them. But the thing is, with regards to champion pool, I think Air Esports Survival have found a way to just be able to ban out the champs that CB Rush are good at. I think maybe you're spot on in the draft before, where CB Rush should be prioritizing the Saya instead and not the Kazakhs. Even if they do decide to take it away or ban it, I think Evil Zera not being able to be activated in that early game really hurt the team's chances throughout the game. So if they can get Evil Zera onto a comfortable champion, I think it would allow CB Rush to get back into the series.
Yeah, I think that they just needed to look at the classic biology. I mean, you give up the bird and then you pick a bug and two fish. I mean, the bird's going to eat the bug and fish, right? That's just how it works.
I guess so. I guess so. Just unfortunate. I mean, Rutledge, I think he did a fine job on the top lanes, not negating Darius too much. Unfortunately, there were just fires that needed to be put out in the bot lane and mid lane that required his help, and because of that, Bobby Rob just had so much free time to himself to scale up and get stronger on the Darius. And we saw how effective that Darius ended up being in the big team fights, and he just deleted people along with Ryuji and Economical straight up. So top side definitely could use some work, especially from Acid and Frosty. They need to be able to step up. They're the players that need to go ham in this series. Otherwise, things just gonna get worse and worse for them. The I mean, I wouldn't want to say that this could be a 3-0 for Aries for survival, but after seeing that first game, especially since you lost with your signature pick, definitely gonna hurt, possibly gonna be on your mind. So CB Rush, they're not just fighting their opponents, they're also fighting themselves. The tilt, they have to be able to overcome that in order to get back into the series and possibly win out.
Yeah, and I think that one spot that I would look for at the beginning of the draft for CB Rush is maybe they should leave the Kaisa up because I didn't think Evil Zara looked bad on the Lucian necessarily. But given how much that we've seen Evil Zara on Kaisa, Zaya, and Tristana, having a different pick makes it look entirely different for the whole team. So maybe getting back to some familiarity there would help. So leaving the Kaisa open may make it so that they can do that. And if they don't get the Zaya, then at least getting the Kaisa will be something familiar for them. And then they can put maybe a core. Wait, no, not core. I can't remember names so great. Uh,
Okay, Doug,
Grey Dog on something that we've seen potentially more commonly,
an
like
engaged support, you mean?
the Leona or the Rakan potentially, uh,
I
and
mean,
and
Kaisa with the engaged support always gonna work out. By the way, guys, sorry, CB Rush just need 5 minutes in order to discuss things, go over, make sure everyone's fine going into the next game because that was definitely a tilter in the last game, to say the least.
yeah.
They got completely dominated, unfortunately for them. Even though they were fighting back in the skirmishes, it just wasn't even close in the end. And we'll see what they can come up with this time and what they'll decide to do. One thing to note is that CB Rush is definitely a unique team when it comes to Runeterra Academy for the way they play, right? They're able to win skirmishes, they're not really going for turrets, they're not really going for map control in that manner. They just want to fight and they're really good at it. But right now, their offensive got blunted, so they need to really lick their wounds.
Yeah, I'm thinking potentially instead of banning the Kaisa, you might want to take a look at an Echo or Pantheon ban. I think that Beauty and Core looked really good on the Zaya Leona, but I think that there's such a variety of similar picks that you're not going to ban that out. Maybe you first pick the Zaya away since CB Rush is going to stay on the blue side.
Yeah.
But I think that you want to target that mid jungle, which was really where all of the problems began.
Yep. All right, we got the ready from Lutledge, so we should be getting into draft very, very soon. As yeah, game two, the draft is going to be very important to see if maybe Air did figure out CB Rush. For CB Rush to prove themselves, it is now here in the second game. They're able to get the plan underway, as the band should be coming in.
Hmm.
CB Rush taking their time a bit, and there we go. As you said, the Echo being taken away from Ryuji, who's just been stellar on it time and time again. Frosty
Yeah.
not going to be having access to the Talia as usual. He's exceptional on the pick, and it makes sense that Air wants to take out that facilitator away from the side of CB Rush. Looks like Pantheon being taken out too, so really don't want to come up against that type of mid jungle duo again. So this time, the question is, what will Air decide to pull out instead?
Yeah, and another question maybe on top of that is if Air changes any of their priorities in the draft. I mean, I think that it makes sense for them to stick with the bands that they had before. But if it is like a Zaya first pick, as I suspected that it might be for CB Rush, then does Air start prioritizing picking their top side early and leaving counter pick for support or something like that effect? But I'm not sure if that would be the right move or if just sticking with what is similar to what worked last game is how they should go about it.
Yep. Okay, Leona getting picked up. So not the Zaya we expected. If Zaya gets picked up by Air, I think Evil Zera is just gonna default to the Kaisa. So inside it's gonna be Kaisa possibly getting picked up by the side of Air Esports Revival. Kaisa Nautilus. That was banned in the last game. Now it's open this game, and Air Esports Revival, they snatch it right up. So we'll see if it was worth a ban or whether allowing these two picks to go uncontested will work out for CB Rush or not.
Wow, I really love that actually because I think that the Zaya Rakan would have been also a good alternative, but Rakan is classically countered by Leona, so I think that taking away that Kaisa is going to make it look a little bit
Ooh.
different. And I think that the Misfortune Leona is a great combination, but Nautilus can do some work against that, and then Kaisa can dodge around the bullet time with the killer instinct. So Rutledge's Volibear also going to show up here, and immediate show of the counter pick Darius potentially. We'll see if that gets locked in.
Yep, looks like it will be. So both bot laners and top lane already revealed, already put on the board. Rutledge on this Volibear has been extremely vital for side of CB Rush, and Rutledge, he can do so much more with this pick than he could with the Tom Kench. Tom Kench kind of just had to batten down the hatches and save his teammates when needed, but now on the Volibear, he can have more agency up there in the top lane. Can possibly win out on the 1v1 against Darius too. I'm not sure who will win in the level 6, like in a level 6 beatdown between these two, but probably advantage to Darius. But before that, I think Volibear definitely has a lot of tools in his kit to be able to deal with this pick.
Yeah, and with the bans that we're seeing with the Zoe coming through from Air, I have to wonder, does Kha'Zix actually fall all the way through the draft here? Because I mean, Acid has shown that Kha'Zix is the number one champion that he wants to play on. But with how it went last game, I don't think that Air is afraid of it at all. So I'm not surprised to see it go unbanned once again. Once again, targeting Frosty's pool. So the question is, where else does Frosty go to now that Zoe is gone? But also, if Acid is going to stay with the Kha'Zix pick.
Yeah, that's a good question, right? I mean, Frosty can possibly default to something like a Lysandra, a lot more a pick that can definitely neutralize and is safe to pick also in the mid lane. The thing is right now, Ares for Survivor are playing to make sure Frosty isn't allowed to help out Acid in any way, shape, or form. And if they're able to stop Frosty from helping out Acid, Acid is completely isolated. They just can collapse on him again and again. We saw that in the last game and how they managed to pick apart the strategy of CB Rush. Diana getting picked up. This is basically Echo 2.0, right? when it comes to AP damage, when it comes to AP junglers. So it's good that Ryuji should be able to pick that up for himself. It could also be defaulted to mid lane in the hands of Economical, but I think it's going to go into the jungle. Oriana being picked up. Okay, so this is one of the all-around mid laners, of course, that we know of. She can be very useful when it comes to team fights. She's very safe in lane, and with this kind of safe pick, maybe Frosty will be able to facilitate Acid a lot more. But they are giving him the last pick You have to wonder which it will be, and it will be the Graves. I'm assuming this Graves is gonna go to the jungle because Volibear is not acid style.
Yeah. Uh, you never know. It could be flexed around to top.
It could
Graves
still.
definitely a decent pick into almost anything in the top lane. I did want to mention on the Diana front. Oh, I love Diana Yasuo, and
Yeah.
especially with Nautilus and Darius here as well. I think that's an awesome pickup for Air. But I wanted to take also a look at Diana. That Diana does a lot more AP damage even than Echo because of all the AOE. But you have to also remember that Echo can just press R if things are looking bad and get out
Yeah.
of almost any situation. And
Diana
Diana can,
commits.
yeah,
That's the important thing. But so far, I mean, it seems like Air Esports Survival have just been committing to the fights over and over again. This time they have a team comp that looks really, really good, especially with the way they want to play. On the other side, CB Rush, they don't have a bad team comp themselves. They also have ways to be able to win out on a 5v5 team fight. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, which team is going to come out on top in that sense. So far, Air Esports Survival has shown that they have the superior team fighting for now. But CB Rush, I think they're going to be biting back in this game.
yeah, I think that it's important to look back in the history. CB Rush actually took the first series between these two in a 2-1 fashion. So I think that it's been close between these two teams all the way through. And obviously, at the end of the season, we had the situation where Air Esports Revival almost had a chance to be the second seed if they had won their last match of the season, but then they lost and ended up in that big tie at the bottom of the playoffs and were able to be the fourth seed. And now pulling through to get here means that they have worked back to show that they really are one of the contenders for the top spot,
Mm-hmm.
and definitely by knocking off BBC for the second time, they proved that they belong here.
They really improved from the first time that we casted them, right? In the regular season. They showed how strong that they can be and how well they can grind into the how well they can grind because they did make it into the grand finals over BBC, who everyone expected to be here facing against CB Rush. So Air Esports Survival, it's a surprise but definitely a welcome one.
Yeah. And on the other end, CV Rush finishing the season as the 2 seed uh, had a maybe relatively easier path than Air through playoffs, but also showed that they belong here just by their dominance throughout the regular season. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Acid was the MVP of the regular season, so
Mm-hmm.
I think that they should have the opportunity to come back here. And despite the fact that game number 1 was kind of a stomp, I expect this to continue to be a close series.
Yeah, I do. I mean, even if it does end up being a 3-0, it's been a close 3-0 for like at least majority. It would be a close 3-0 for the majority of the games, right? If that's what happens and if that's what Air Esports Survival does to just get over the edge. But I expect CV Rush to definitely fight back. I feel like this time they have the tools to be able to win out on the skirmishes. They have the CC this time, so hopefully they can give us a series.
Yeah, and I love this matchup of comps because there's two pretty big heavy team fight comps here. So I
Yeah.
think we're going to see a lot of fighting in the mid and late game. I think that we need level 6s to come through before there should really be a lot of fighting between these two teams. Once that happens, it should be a lot of fighting, and based on the two teams that are playing, there's gonna be.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's the stuff I'm looking forward to, right? The big team the big team fights where every ult is flying, that everyone is trying to get onto the priority target. So yeah, it should be an exciting one for this one. This should be an exciting game for game two, Tiger. Fuck, I'm just mixing my words up right now. Sorry.
This is all right, and we'll be taking a short intermission. But on the other side of that, we'll have game number 2 of CB Rush versus Air Esports Revival. Welcome back to the Rift, everyone. It's time for game number two. Same sides as before. CB Rush electing to stay on the blue side. Red side will remain with Air Sports Revival, where they won the first game, and we'll see if they can do the same for the game number two.
Yeah, looks like they may have something sneaky planned this time with the level one, trying to go in onto Rutledge and
Ooh,
Acid to
Corey's
get the
found the
hook.
hook as well. Rutledge gonna have to flash here, and that's going to be all for that. But already flashed down in
Oh,
the top lane. Economical looking maybe to find some more on the Frosty, but will be repelled here as Acid has the backup, and it's just flashed down in the top lane. So we'll see if that gets punished.
yeah, unfortunately, a bit of disrespect coming from the side of CB Rush. I always have to respect the level one coming from a Nautilus. He can just stun you up and hook you again and again. So something to keep in note of. As right now, everyone going back on the rift. Top side not having flash going to be really important. I think with the bot with Yuji starting in the bot lane on the bot side of the jungle should be in position to be able to punish Rutledge over the lack of his summoner spell. As I just lost the spectator.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Wait,
Hopefully
I'm
you can get
reconnecting.
that back, but
I'm
for
reconnecting.
now we'll keep an eye on what's going on, and I'll keep you informed as to what we are seeing on the map. And with this early matchup in the bot lane, I expect to see some fighting between the two sides there. Once the level two hits, especially Core walking up and landing an auto attack to begin the fight. Hook as well. Grey Dog dropping to about 50% HP. Good recognition here that the level one even is more powerful on the side of Aries Sports Revival. So looking for early trades, going to be able to do so effectively.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I'm at 321, 22, 23, 24. Are we good?
Mm. Well, we've got Bobby Rob working on the top side once again, even walking up behind Rutledge to make sure that the trade's going down in his favor. And we'll see if Ryuji will end up going for the early gank. Right now, just going for a full clear of the jungle. And on Diana, that's not too surprising. The gank in the early game, not that strong. Once you hit that level 6, though, that's when it really starts to pop off. Now Bobby Rob dropping very low to the Sky Splitter here. Rutledge maybe going to try to hunt him down, but no flash to follow it up. So that means Bobby Rob will be able to get out alive. Now Core landing a hook in the bot lane. Passive reset coming through for You Die means Kraydog's pretty low as well, but potions will keep the supports alive.
I'm just gonna be looking at the at Bookie's stream to make sure I'm following everything because I think I went far too advanced. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
Save the game right now. I'm not sure what led up to this at the moment. Looks like everyone still has their summoners up. So besides Rutledge, of course, so everything's still fine and dandy for both teams as they're trading against each other. No real moves yet, but there's possibly a lot of skirmish potential in the top lane that you definitely want to see. So
yeah, a little bit of showing in the top side river there. Both sides not really wanting to hard commit to the fight though, and it will just be Ryuji walking towards that bot side crab instead. So a little bit of a trade of crabs. This Core maybe looking to engage, able to hit Evil Zara, but Kraydog
oh
gonna try
no.
to turn it around. Core gonna be forced to flash here. Flash fall from Evil Zara. Stun comes through
Oh,
from Kraydog. The Core is still alive. The heal coming up clutch from You Die. Now Ryuji fighting off Acid 1v1. Economical and Frosty show up as well. Now it's going to be Aries Sports Revival trying to run this one out, and it looks like they will be able to escape with everyone still alive.
yeah, no ignite on Leona means that they don't end up getting the kill onto the Nautilus, who's able to just barely get away. So something to
Yeah, double
consider.
exhaust.
It's double
Strange.
exhaust, I think, just to make sure that Diana and Yasuo can't do enough damage with their combo. You
Yeah,
know?
Acid on the invade going to try to steal away a camp. I don't think he was able to find anything there though. Still, just the Krugs and Gromp available for Acid. I think that the Krugs are on respawn, but the Gromp not done yet. But I think a full clear came through from Ryuji, so he's camp ahead. So good early game advantages coming through there for Air Esports Revival, but nothing too major coming through just yet.
Yeah, at least what CB Rush have, they have priority, so it allows Acid a lot more freedom to go for those risky invades like that because he knows his bot lane is ready to collapse onto the enemy jungler if Ryuji shows up at any point while he's trying to take camps. So should be fine in that regard as the Graves will continue to scale up and become eventually a nightmare to deal with. Just staying in the jungle, trying to get more camps for himself, but it's just pretty much calm right now in the early game. But once we hit the level 6 mark, we start to see a lot more serious fights happen across the map, or even in the objective.
Yeah, and with these two sort of scaling junglers that want to do some carrying, it's not too surprising to me that we're not seeing any early action on the Drake. But I wouldn't be surprised if one of the junglers wanted to try to go for a gank in the bot lane and then maybe turn that into some dragon pressure. We'll see it with the Herald spawning in 2 minutes, which objective is prioritized by these two teams.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here comes the ping coming from the mid jungle duo. They want to make something happen here. Level 6 already
Oh,
on to
good
the
hook coming
Yasuo. They
out.
go in.
Alpha coming in, core dropping pretty low, 100 HP left, and could go down very quickly. Rutledge
Oh,
here going to pick up the first blood. Economical going to dodge the sky splitter, but here comes the Stormbringer. Now it's a tornado into two, but Frosty is the only one taking it because Rutledge is going to turn it for a double kill. Ryuji flashing over the wall, smiting the Drake for help, but now going to try to dash to the Scuttle Crab. A triple kill for
oh.
Rutledge, though, as the slam comes down and the bear is now fed.
What a great response coming in from CB Rush. This time they're the ones first. They're the ones who are able to respond in time, taking advantage of the fact that Bobby Rob does not have TP. He is going to be able to get played for himself. So that will be the trade for the side of Air Esports Survival. But still, that's a major win for CB Rush to be able to take a big advantage for himself in the early game, especially with Rutledge getting 3 kills. He's gonna just be super strong, and Bobby Rob has to watch out for an all in coming from Volibear and Acid coming in the future.
Yeah, and
Here we
it's
go.
just great communication there going down from CV Rush, able to identify that they were going to be collapsed in the bot lane with Economical and Ryuji first on the rotation, but then the teleports coming in from both Frosty and Rutledge, able to turn it around. They were able to also solo out core at the beginning of the fight to make sure that they weren't going to be CC'd up anymore, and Economical. Unfortunate, only able to pick up one on the ultimate, and it wasn't even able to translate into a kill.
Yeah,
But a good fight coming out from CB Rush, and we'll see if they can continue that pressure as Economical, maybe looking for a roam towards the top side.
yeah. It was just in that bot lane. I think they tried to go for a flank pincer maneuver from Air Esports. Unfortunately, they just didn't go in together at the same time. Core engaged a bit too early, ended up going down, and there wasn't much his teammates could do at that point after that. So they just went down right after. As right now, well, still Rutledge with the big advantage for himself, and the fact that Darius decided to go for the steel plated boots means that he's still vulnerable to a lot of damage that Rutledge can bring.
Yeah, a lot of AP scaling on the Volibear. Flash stun
Oh,
coming through from Kratos. Good wind wall going to prevent any early troubles coming through. Shockwave not going to connect. Now Ryuji on the flank has the moonfall, but not going to invest that yet. Wanting to dive onto a three-man pack. And Economical gets out actually without having to burn anything. Uh, Now Frosty going to be able to spot out Ryuji still around. Bobby Robin now trading in the top side. Flashes forward, going to dunk
oh,
down Rutledge. The burn
bleed!
coming with the bleed and the
Oh,
shutdown for Bobby Rob in the top lane.
that's not what you want to see. Darius with the dueling potential still ends up winning out, despite the fact that Rutledge managed to get 3 kills. It's still Darius that came out on top, which is kind of surprising to me, honestly. He only has a steel-plated boots as well, and still won out. And that's just the power of Darius when it comes to the bleed, to his passive, when it comes to Nox and Guillotine. And something you really have to watch out for moving
Ryuji
forward into this
in
game. They're
trouble
going
here.
for more.
Frosty and Acid on the roam down. Ryuji going to
Oh
dodge
no.
out lateral damage, able to smite away the Gromp as well. Moonfall comes down, not going to be enough to finish off Acid though, and that means that Acid will pick up the kill against his fellow jungler, and that means that CP Rush come out on top.
Yeah, so ultimately it just became a one for one trade in the end. But Bobby Rob still getting stronger and stronger on this Darius pick already. Has several items completed.
Mm-hmm.
So the top side still a risk factor, even though Rutledge did manage to get all the kills. Giving that
Yeah,
one up. it's a shutdown going over to the side of Bobby Rob, and he's gonna take full advantage of that. You can bet on it. So Acid, he has to hover topside to make sure nothing more happens in that direction because Diana and Yasuo are heading up there as well to try and get something back. As looks like we have a
Yeah,
fight over at the Rift
economical
Herald.
going forward. Acid and Frosty both pretty squishy. Economical looking for the
Oh no!
tornado flash from Acid, but not going to be able to avoid the tornado. Smite comes down from Ryuji, who will pick up the Rift Herald, and that may be enough to satisfy Air Esports Revival, who will be able to sneak out with the objective.
Yeah, they're able to get the Rift Herald from himself. Pretty big win for them. Economical swapping, trying to get from a bit of farm for himself in the top lane. And should be fine doing that. But
Yeah.
the fact that they were able to get that Rift Herald means that they can add more pressure when the next dragon comes, right? It's 1 minute until the Infernal Soul. So if Ryuji wants to drop that in the mid lane while they're trying to get it, that's a good thing for them to do. They can also just use it to try and get Darius further ahead. So there are these options that they can decide to go for. And it's theoretically, I think the best option for them would be to just try and get the Darius ahead because he is just so strong right now. And if he gets further and further ahead, it's gonna be hard to be able to kite him out because they don't have the range to be able to do so like they did in the last time. And even then, last time they've kind of failed to kite out the Darius. So it's gonna be even harder this time for a lot of champions that want to walk into the Darius.
Yeah, both junglers hovering around bot lane at this point. Uh, both are going to decide to disengage. But I think it's a great point about the feeding the Darius. It's what worked last game. Bobby Rob looking pretty solid once again, already having. If you want to pan over to the gold of the individuals on the scoreboard, that you'll be able to see that it's actually a 500 gold lead for Bobby Rob, despite the 3 early kills for Rutledge. And we're seeing now the second Drake of the game picked up by CB Rush. But Bobby Rob feeling very confident on this Darius pick, looking very good into the Volibear, even though Rutledge, who was able to pick up the early triple.
Yep, that's just the way it goes right now in the matchups in the top lane. It's gonna be Bobby Rob also a level up on his opponent, so that's another 300 gold you can add to the tally. And especially if he gets this next turret plate, he's gonna be
Ooh,
so
Herald's
rich.
here.
And yeah, they're
Turret's
putting
dead, and
more.
Rutledge needs to run immediately. It's going to be Ryuji diving and looking for the Moonfall Flash into the Death Charge, but
Wow.
the counter, and it comes through. It's a three-man knockup into Economical's last breath, but one already going in favor of Rutledge. Bobby Rob going to look for a second, and that means 3 kills for one going in favor of Air Esports Revival. Acid could be in the wrong side of the map as well. Bobby Rob going to look for the chase down. Economical over the wall. You die, and Evil Zara just chilling out for the moment in the bot lane. Ward spotting out. You die, but it's just a 3-for-1, and the tower going in favor of Air Esports Revival.
Ares for Survival played that skirmish out beautifully, putting the last second for Economical to come in with the last breath. He didn't get the kills, but well, Darius was able to answer back, making sure that they were able to get to him in time. So unfortunate
Uh,
for the side. Oh no, Asa got caught.
Acid going to finally be punished for being on the wrong side of the map. It took a minute. Now Beauty died, going to drop very low as well, but bullet time not enough to quite finish off the kill.
That was a really greedy play from Acid, I think, going for the trying to go for cancel, and he had zero backup across the map, especially on the top side where he doesn't even have a tower to fall back to. Just gets punished for it again. So Ryuji and Core really well played from them, benefiting from that, and slowly they're gonna get stronger and stronger, and the combo is gonna be a lot harder to deal with. Of course, meanwhile on the bot side, oh wait,
He's not in trouble
yeah,
here. He's too tanky.
yeah, meanwhile, on the bot side, it's still Evil Zara's winning out on the 1v1, so shouldn't be a problem there. He's not deciding to go for the lethality build though. Instead, going for more of an auto attack based misfortune build, which could prove problematic later down the line since he has to walk up. And you don't want to walk up against the champions that that Air Esports Survival have in their team comp right now. So yeah, it's a bit dangerous. It's gonna have to be Evil Zara really making sure that he can kite out well. Otherwise, he's just gonna immediately get dunked on.
Yeah, the nice thing about the auto attack based build though is that you can use it to take down objectives faster. Once you get a winning team fight, if you still have Evil Zara alive, then you're going to be able to do some work on some towers. Now Core could be in some trouble. It's going to be teleport coming in from both solo laners. Core going to try to walk to the other side of the map, but Acid will find one more shotgun to the back, and that's the pick going in favor of CV Rush.
They're gonna be happy with that one, definitely, especially with the lack of control that Core, with the amount of control Core brings with his wards, and they're just going in onto the back line.
Ooh, that's an interesting solar flare. Beauty going to try to kill her. Instinct flash away. Rutledge going to be able to take down the kill, but what about the counter engage? Ryuji going to try to finish it off as well.
Oh,
Economical able to turn it around 1-for-1.
oh
Acid
no!
under the tower. Not going to be able to finish off Ryuji. Now Economical able to find the last breath onto Evil Zara, which will be a third kill as Bobby Rob has the ghost. Grey Dog going to have to run towards the bot lane, but it's not going to matter because Bobby Rob is here. That's a 4-for-1 in favor of Air Esports Revival as Bobby Rob may not be done just yet. Not caring about this tower, going to find
Oh, it's dead.
the dunk. It's the ace
Oh,
coming through 5-for-1. Air Esports Revival claiming ownership over game number 2.
against the top side of Air Esports Revival that's proving themselves to be superior at this point. And Acid, I think he went too far deep trying to get on top of Ruji on the second tier turret. Unfortunately, didn't work out for him. He ended up taking too many turret shots, and there we go. And there we go with economical and Bobby Rob just able to clean up the rest of their opponent. So unfortunate incident by CBR, and again, Air Esports Revival find themselves at a lead after some really well played skirmishes.
Yep, 3,000 now the advantage for Air Esports Revival. Still, though, the first two Drakes of the game going the way of CB Rush, so they've still got their condition in hand. We'll see if they're going to be able to fight for Drake number 3. I kind of expect that the zoning coming here, the early location basing in favor of
Oh, they're
Air
going in.
Esports Revival. Now Core going to go for the depth charge onto the back line, but Evil Zara not going to be in range of the last breath. Core going to fall at the beginning of the fight. Solar Flare is good. Now it's going to be the bullet time onto Bobby Rob into the shockwave, going to lock him down and find the shutdown. Beauty Die will fall as well, and it's a 4-for-1 countering for CB Rush.
DB Rush. This time they're the ones that played out the team fight well. They're able to do what they want. Unfortunately, they tried to go from Core. He tried to go immediately on top of Evil Zara, but he was just able to walk away from the team fight and not get hit by Economical's last breath. Once he was safe, he was free to go back in, and there's nothing much that their opponents can do.
Economical able
Oh
to
my
turn it
gosh,
around.
Economical!
Finishes off the kill onto Evil Zara and will make it a double.
Oh.
As the Drake goes down, Acid now could be the next to fall. Tornado not going to quite land. Acid wants to take this fight. Economical with the 3-level advantage, going to try to finish off the kill. Not going to flash into Tornado into last breath.
Economical!
Economical clean outplay of Acid.
Oh my gosh, it's this is the your enemy Yasuo right here. Economical doing extremely well to bring back more kills into his team's hands. So despite the objective going down, they're able to get something back. Now that is gonna be soul point for the side of CB Rush. Only one more dragon until they manage to get the Cloud Soul. Now it's not the most impactful soul, but it's still a happy soul that they'll wanna be able to get because of how ultimate reliant they are. Cooldown and
Yeah.
speed up should be able to help as well when it comes to fighting inside the jungle, especially against things that they need to kite out like the Darius.
Yeah, and once again, Darius feeling like the strong carry of the game. But right now, economical 6-1-4 on the Yasuo may be the most menacing threat. Rift Herald actually being possessed by Blue Die, so we'll see if it gets put down here to finish off the mid lane tier 1, or if it's going to be held on to for a little while longer. But I think that right now, looking at what you need to take down Yasuo and Darius, but you're getting engaged on by Nautilus and Diana, so it's very difficult.
Oh no.
And just as I say it, the Moonfall
Oh.
combo into the last breath, Ryuji finishing off another kill, and that means that it's 5v4 on the map for the moment, and Air Esports Revival will be able to push towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, the flop side where the Baron is. It's not spawning. Oh wait, I think it is spawn yes yet. It's super pixelated for me, so I'm not sure what the time is. I believe the
It's
Baron is
20
already there.
minutes. Just
Yeah, okay.
spawned right now.
All right, so the Baron has spawned already. Something that possibly Air Esports Survival wanna go towards to be able to continue to snowball this game out. But yeah, things still going super well for them. They're able to get picks again and again. Now in a straight up 5v5, we saw it happen. CB Rush, they were able to win out. So Air Esports Survival, their key to winning this game is in making sure that they don't fight 5v5, making sure that they can isolate all these 2v2s, 3v3s, 1v1s. They're able to do that. They should be able to get more and more advantages for themselves. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
and Acid may be a bit far forward here. Depth
Oh,
chart's
they're
going to come
going.
down. Acid's still going to be running away. It finally connects, but it's on a control ward, so
Oh.
not going to be able to be followed up. Economical not in the area for the last breath, anyways. We'll see if this control ward ends up being a death brush. Corn actually having to run away because Buyudai has reset. But now the mid tier one going down should be good news for CB Rush as they try to secure priority over this last Drake of the game.
Yeah, you don't want to let plays like that go uncontested, right? They're able to at least get something back after Air Esports Survival tried to make a beeline on towards Acid. So getting the mid lane tier one gonna be extremely good for them. They still have control over their mid tier one as well, so it's gonna be easier for them to be able to get control of the Dragon Pit and the bottom side river. If they're gonna be able to do that, then Soul Point might be definitely in the cards for them, or rather the Cloud Soul. So if they can set up right, they need to reset right now. Around 1 minute before the objective springs up. Then they need to get control of the river. And if they're able to do that, they want their opponents to walk into them and try to get the engage on, then win out on the 5v5 because they have all the tools they need to win out on a big team fight.
All right, Vision Denial already coming through from Air Esports Revival. Also, still the Rift Herald in the pocket of Buyudai, so they could use that as a leverage point before the Drake spawns. It looks like they will drop it now, just trying to take down the mid tier one, maybe get a second charge off potentially as well. It's a five-man group coming through in the mid lane, so they will be pushing down this tower, maybe even before the Rift Herald connects with it. So might be able to get off a second charge here, although the first one wasn't really a charge. It will be able to find some damage onto the tier two. Now, setting up inside the enemy jungle is good ward coming out, going to spot out Air
Yep.
Esports Revival on the invade, but they've still got Prio over the Drake, so they should be in good position there. Acid looking to be at the front line, but
Going.
Ryuji has found him and almost blown him up. Killer instinct in the back line. Buyudai blown up before he can finish off the kill, but it's 1-for-1 and a good counter engage coming through as Bobby Rob has the dunks. Rutledge going to be the last man standing for CB Rush, and he will fall. It's a 5-for-1 ace as Air Esports Revival run towards the Baron.
That was just really well played by Ares for survival. This time, they were the ones who got the drop onto the priority target, and they were able to get on top of him immediately. Acid going down like that means he can't provide DPS. Of course, it was off the back of Yuyudai dying, but that doesn't matter because it's the cleanup coming from Economical and Bobby Rob is still way too good. And now they're gonna be able to get the Dragon, and they're gonna be able to get the Baron as well. So Air Esports Survival, just another statement game coming out from them, winning out on that important 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, and Evil Zara wasn't even able to ult or flash, so that really tells you how the fight went. Even though he picked up the kill on debut, you die right at the beginning. The dive into the backline was just a little bit too strong. Bobby Rob now 5-1-6 on the Darius, just cleaning up the house. And right now, Air Esports Revival full control of the game, 6,000 gold lead, and they should be looking to expand that even further with this Baron power play.
Yeah, I mean, Ares for survival. As soon as they see the opportunity, they immediately just jump on it, and they're able to profit off that so much. With all the advantage they have right now, we're basically back into a similar position we were in the last game. It's not as explosive as last time with just skirmishes happening left and right, but it just plays towards a team fight comp, right? When both teams are
Mm-hmm.
gunning for 5v5, but this time Air Revival Esports, they found a way in, and they're just able to profit from it again and again. So from
Yeah.
CB Rush, they need to find some way to get back into this. Possibly find a pick or something because if that happens again in a 5v5, it might just end up being game ending. So They need to be able to
Mhm.
kite out. They need to be able to space out correctly, make sure that no one gets deleted. If they can do that, if they can survive the initial burst coming from the side of Air Esports Survival, they should be able to win out, as we saw in the one team fight that they did win.
Yeah, and I think that the team fight around the last Drake was so crucial for the side of Air Esports Revival. Now
Mm.
Frosty may be picked
Ooh.
off here. Economical does so much damage, unable to finish off the kill. But as I was saying, the fact that the soul has not come through is going to do many good things for Air
Economical.
Esports Revival. Economical going to be stunned up here, going to survive with the Immortal Shield Bow for a minute, but will fall eventually. Meanwhile, mid lane though, it's one turret down. Top lane is under fire as well. This is going to be two inhibitor towers falling back to back, I believe, as it's going to be into the base, a 4v5 push potentially here from Air Esports Revival. We'll see if they
They're
will
getting
are
collapsed.
willing to go for a fight. It's 4v4 right now. Rutledge is on the flank. Now, can they finish off the fight before he gets here? Kraydog into the back line, but it's going to be
Oh!
Ryuji picking up the first kill of the fight with the Moonfall. Bobby Rob here as well, finding the resets, finding the dunks. Exhaust comes down. Kraydog going to be dropped here with the double kill for Bobby Rob. Make it a
Oh!
triple. It's
It's
a
over.
5 on the map. CB Rutledge going to go for the flank, but it's not going to work out for him very well. Ryuji may fall. He may not, though, because it's a ace for Air Esports Revival, who will claim game number 2 and put us on match point going into game number 3.
What a series so far from Air Esports Survival. They're just absolutely feels like they're the better team at this point, outplaying CB Rush again and again. And this really not something I expected coming from them going into this. It's just been pure domination so far. And it hasn't even felt like it was close. Looking at the damage graph, only Rutledge is basically like doing the damage right now. And he's just getting out. The rest of the team is just getting outpaced, unfortunately. So Aries for survival, they're just picking their opponents apart, and now they're at match point. They could, if they win the next game, then they just win the entire tournament straight up.
Yeah, and I think that for CB Rush, they're going to need to find answers fast, and I think that it's going to start with banning out the Darius. Bobby Rob looking so good in the first 2 games here, but I think that that may not be enough in and of itself. So I'm going to be looking at what things that they can do. I'm going to be searching my own mind, much less theirs, to see if I can think of any answers that may be able to turn it around going into game number 3. You have any thoughts for us before we go into a short break?
Yeah, I mean, CB Rush, it's their backs against the wall. Of course, if they lose the next game, then they've conceded the entire tournament. So they need to find something that sticks. Possibly fall back to something fall back to the skirmishing and possibly win out that way because that's how they found the most success throughout the regular splits. Sure, it lost you game one where you just got out skirmish. This time you got out team fought. So what at this point, what can you do as CB Rush? I think they just need to fall back to their basics and try to keep their head in the game, you know? And if they're able to do that, maybe they can claw their way back into a victory. But it's gonna have to be the reverse sweep coming from them if they want to win out on this series. So it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
All right, well, Air Sports Revival looking tough to beat here in the finals, up 2-0. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have the draft for game number 3 between CB Rush and Air Sports Revival. Welcome back, everyone, and we're about to head into draft for game number 3. And this has been a series that I wasn't expecting Air to come out this hot, but they look very strong right now. And as the draft is beginning, I'm thinking CBR on the red side, maybe having counter pick would be the answer that they were looking for. They went blue side game
Yeah.
1 and game 2, but now they're on the red side.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you need to change something up. And CB Rush, I think this is the only option they have left for themselves. They're not really a macro type team that likes to go for 1-3-1s or stuff like that. They just want to fight. They want to be able to win out on skirmishes. And unfortunately, throughout the series, Air Esports Survival has just been the superior team in that aspect. So CB Rush, they have to wake up, get into gear, and make sure that they can start playing well. Otherwise, they're just gonna get blown out in this grand final of junior division here in the second semester. Acid, of course, with the defending champion, the only returning defending champion coming here, with BBC getting taken out in the semifinals by Air Esports Survival, and looks like Air Esports, they want to be the king killers this semester.
Yeah, and they're off to a good start if that's what they're trying to do. And I think that right now we've been seeing, going back to the last semester, that anything is possible for any team at any time. Because we had the miracle run for Legend Spartans, of course.
Yeah, that was a good run. That was a good run.
And now we're looking at Air Esports Revival coming through as a 4th seed and looking like the team to beat in a situation in best of 5s in the playoffs and into the finals. And it looks like the Nautilus first pick going through here may be an indicator that we may be looking at a similar bot lane to last game for Air Esports Revival.
I mean, why not? It still works well for them. Core on these engaged supports has been absolutely stellar in setting up for his teammates. CB Rush, this time they have to respond. Looks like the Misfortune and the Leona might end up getting picked for them as well. I'm okay with that. Evil Zara and Creedog did do well in that bot lane. Were able to get advantages for themselves, but it was the top side of the map that I'm concerned about. It's not the bot side. Both of these teams' bot sides, I think, are roughly equal to each other. But just the top side of Air Revival has just been superior so far, with Ryuji, Bobby Rob, and Economical just getting the better of their counterparts again and again. So CB Rush, we need to see some sort of step up coming from Frosty, coming from the side of Acid and from Rutledge to be able to win out on this one. But Ryuji, he's gonna pick up the Graves for himself this time. So now opting into an AP jungler.
Yeah, and I think that looking at the bot lane from last game, it's a good point that Evil Zara and Prey Dog did not look bad. And actually, I believe that when I checked the gold at around 20 minutes, Evil Zara had about a
Yeah, he was
2,000
ahead.
gold lead. He was
Mhm.
farming really well, so
Yeah.
that was a good look. And CB Rush this time around going to pick up the mid laner, not allow the pool to get pinched any further, picking up the Zoe, and we'll see if that return to the Zoe for Frosty will allow him to feel a little bit more comfortable.
I feel like CB Rush are gonna give counterpick over to Acid. He wants the best jungle matchup for himself, possibly. But if the Graves is already picked up, it's a mind game this time. Is this Graves gonna go to the jungle? Is Ryuji gonna pick this one up, or is Bobby Rob gonna be the one to use it? Because if it's the jungle, then CB Rush could decide to risk a counter pick for Acid in order to guarantee a counter pick for Rutledge. But if they really want to play safe and give Acid a counter pick, they're gonna blind pick for Rutledge going into R4. I mean, Rutledge has been performing fine in the blind pick so far, so I wouldn't mind it.
Where's the Darius ban?
That is the big question, right?
I need to see it.
Looks like
It
Darius
said
is probably
Annie
gonna get
ban
picked up
instead.
again.
Darius still up. Bobby Rob looked so good in game 1 and game 2. I mean, I can't fathom why the
I mean,
Darius left. Up.
Yeah, he did look good, but is he really the reason why Air has been able to win? I feel like he's just benefiting from his mid jungle duo being so good, honestly. And oh, here we go. Kha'Zix being picked up again. So, well, Acid's just falling back to what he knows. He really got stomped on the pick last time, but this time he wants to get vengeance. He wants to be able to prove himself. And no, there's no better time, Tiger, than when your back is against the wall. when everything's on
Yeah.
the line.
Yeah, I think that this is the right decision to get Acid back on the Kazakhs. And I'm not surprised Darius coming back for Bobby Rob. And to answer
Yasuo
your
2.
question,
Yasuo 2 is here.
Yasuo 2.0. But to answer your question, I do think that Bobby Rob played a pretty big role just developing the natural advantages. We saw the triple kill go down in the bot lane for Rutledge at the beginning of game
That
number
is
two.
true.
Bobby Rob still won the 1v1 like minutes later. And
Yeah,
I
that
think
is
that
true.
that's
That is fair. That is fair. He was able to accrue advantage for himself again and again. This time, though, with the Malphite being picked up, it's probably going to be harder for Bobby Rob to be able to get this 1v1 off. So, looking at this team comp, CB Rush, they have a very good team fighting comp. They have a very decent skirmish comp. The fact that Pantheon isn't here should allow Frosty a lot more leeway when it comes to roaming around. But still, you have to be worried about economical on this Yone because if it's any indication, like if his Yone is even half as good as the Yasuo, he's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I think that this is a great Malphite pickup though, because look at all the picks on the enemy team. It's
Yeah,
Yone, it's Graves, it's Darius. Kaisa, maybe you can flex an AP sort of build into there and you can do some damage, but Malphite's going to be very difficult to take down at the beginning of a fight. Would be a great frontline look with the Leona as well. Good team fight setup here from CB Rush, and I think that this is the draft I've liked so far the most from CB Rush.
I mean CB Rush they found the opportunity and decided to take it, seeing the full AD comp coming from the side of Air Esports Revival. And yeah, it's do or die now, right? If they're able to win out on this one, then they should be. Then the possibility of a comeback becomes more and more real. But they have to take this one game at a time. Don't think about the future. Just think about what's right in front of you. CB Rush, they have to be able to win this game. So the strategy is definitely gonna still be to try and get priority in the mid lane. Zoe should be able to do it against Yone, and if Frosty's able to get out of lane to help Acid, that could allow them to snowball into a victory. But Air Esports Survival has just shown that they're just really good at countering that.
Yeah, and I think that right now, looking at the mid 2v2 specifically, because that's what we've so much about this series, Graves Yone into Kha'Zix Zoe, I feel like there's a lot of potential for fighting there, but I don't really know how it will turn out. I think it depends a lot upon how the fight starts. And with the roaming supports, in addition, as a potential with Core and Kraydog on that Nautilus versus Leona matchup, I think that it will be very important to get the numbers advantage and get the information advantage at the beginning of these fights. So I'll be looking to see a lot of roams, hopefully, from the supports. But we'll see if there's a lot of fighting in this mid 2v2 to begin with.
There should be a lot of fighting, but it's gonna be dependent on whether Frosty can hit his skill shots. If he can get the Sleepy Trouble bubble onto the right target that's trying to go in on him and Acid, they should be able to win out. But if he misses, he's just dead straight up because the amount of damage that Graves and Yone can output, along with the CC, can could completely just stop him in his track. So it's
Yeah.
we talk about the mid 2v2 a lot because of how essential it is between these two teams. Whoever gets ahead in the mid jungle 2v2 might just end up winning the game. And so far, it's just been Ryuji and Economical winning out again and again. So CB Rush, their mid jungle has to stand up. They have to stand strong after that beatdown they received in the past two games.
Yeah, I think that there's an interesting note that can be made here. Referring specifically back to game number one, we saw there was such a difficulty to kill off the Fed members of Air Esports Revival. And some of that comes from the fact that there was a lot of healing, and to get grievous wounds when you're behind just makes you feel like you're further behind. So either you have less damage because you're getting grievous wounds to deal with all of the escapability and healing, or you don't have grievous wounds and you have to look at the fact that you're up against. And going into game number three, I'm concerned that this could happen again because you're going to have Immortal Shield Yone, Immortal Shield Graves, Sterex Gage Darius. It's going to be really hard to take them down if they get ahead early in the game. So it's very important for CB Rush to at least stay even through the early game.
The good part, at least, the bright side for CB Rush is that Serpent's Fang is in the wheelhouse for Kazakhs to build in this game. So even though there are gonna be a lot of shows on Air Esports Survival, it should be relatively fine, right? But yeah, definitely not a situation you want to find themselves or you want to find yourself in. CB Rush want to get ahead early. They have the tools to be able to do so, especially in the bot side. Consistently, Evil Zara has been getting leads, got lead for himself in the early game in the last time on this pick, and in this matchup. If they can play around that, maybe they'll find more success.
All right. Well, CBR must win to extend the series. We'll see if they can do so. We'll take a short intermission, and on the other side, we'll have game number 3 of Air Esports Revival versus CB Rush. Welcome back to the Rift, everyone, for what could be the final time of the season if we see Aries Sports Revival taking a 3-0. They're looking potentially for an invade, but Kraydog has the information on them. They will be able to clear out the ward, though, so able to get that early experience advantage for
Oh,
core. We'll see if
they
we can get to
pretended they
level
left.
2 first. They
Yep.
pretended they left. That they did. They may be sticking around
Tree
for
dog.
further invading engagements. Kraydog could be in trouble if he stays around. But Bobby
Uh,
Rob going to show that they are still here. And that
yeah.
may do it for the early invade.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, they were able to get some wards down, a deep ward down to know that where the enemy jungler is going to be starting. Graves is one of those champions that can go leashless if he really wants to and is able to survive, so make it very tricky to predict where he will be at the right place and at the right time. And guess what? They're
Mm-hmm.
still waiting. They're still gonna probably go for an invade and try to go for a steal up here onto the blue buff.
Yeah, and it looks
Yeah, they're
like
going right now.
Acid's turning on the red buff, so not going to be spotting this early invade, but also, oh, good ward coming down actually will
Yeah,
spot the early invade, so
yeah. It was
we'll maybe see a split map here potentially, as Acid going to be deprived of this blue buff here. So it'll be interesting to see Ryuji's pathing after this.
Yeah, I think Acid will definitely want to be able to get towards that blue buff immediately on the other side of the map. If they end up splitting the map though, it could end up in favor. I mean, I'm not too sure. If depends on the priority of who manages to get the push, right? If you're on the split map and you're the one getting pushed in, it's gonna feel really bad. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, Rutledge, have a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, and Ryuji trying to find a level 2 gank in the bot lane, not going to be able to find anything to follow up on though as the push comes all the way in. Acid is trying to do two camps here. It looks like on the invade, maybe going to look for the Gromp and uh, the blue buff. So that would be the same things that were stolen away. So we'll see if Acid going to go for all three camps. Could potentially run into a fight with Ryuji.
Yep, fight between Ryuji right now. I think possibly Acid will win out just because of the isolation damage from the Kazak's passive. Because definitely Ryuji not as strong as he could be still in this early game, but it looks like Acid will decide to go for those Raptors and might actually end up ahead, all things considered. After that late invade coming from Graves, both sides
Yeah,
already going towards their respective. Oh no, wait, there might be a gang in the mid lane.
yeah. It looks like Ryuji on the warpath once again. Not going to be able to find anything just yet. Frosty is still able to be in the lane just a bit longer. And it will just be the split of the Scuttle Crabs and Acid up a couple camps because of the invade.
Yep, yep. So well played from Acid to get ahead in this jungle matchup so far, but the rest of his lanes are kind of having a hard time. It's really hard to play jungle if you don't really have priority around the map. The fact that Acid was able to navigate around this early game speaks volumes. Speaks a lot of volumes, honestly. So we'll see if he's gonna be
Yeah,
able to continue to gain an advantage in the jungle so far. Now that he's up two camps, but the rest of his team needs to start making headway in the matchups. They can't all be getting pushed in. Otherwise, you're just giving Ryuji free reign to invade by himself. Spit
well,
of
good bubble
damage.
there from Frosty. Economical going to be burning down to the ignite. Does it have enough damage to finish him
Oh,
off? It does. First blood going over to Frosty in the mid lane.
that's gonna be a significant boost, especially towards Frosty, who has been struggling so far this matchup against Economical. The fact he's able to get the solo kill for himself will be huge when it comes to morale.
Yeah, Core
Oh no.
taking a little bit of a trade here. Kraydog going to look for the Zenith Blade. Core burning down pretty quickly here. Evils are exhausted, but going to be able to finish off the kill. One traded back is Ryuji able to finish off Evil Zara, and
Diving?
it's just support for ADC.
Ooh.
Ryuji taking 3 tower shots, but no one nearby to finish off any sort of kills there. So just a trade 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
That's still a decent trade, I imagine, one for one, with the jungler, having the attention being put there immediately means that you give Acid time to move around. Now, of course, it was Evil Zara that ended up dying, so it's not completely ideal. Uh, still, they might decide to go for something. Free Dog, they're going for it right
Dog and
now. Oh, here
Acid
comes
looking to
Channel.
show up here.
Ryuji.
Ryuji going to have to walk away. Core here on the back end of the fight.
Oh, the
Acid's going
flash.
to look for the kill onto Ryuji. Flash for flash. Ryuji going to try to survive just a bit longer. Core with the root under tower. Dog at about 200 HP, but
Oh,
Ryuji
no.
has no health or mana. Core going to be burned
Oh,
down here as well. Not going to have quite enough damage, but threatening him off and picking off the jungler is CB Rush, fighting back in game number 3.
really well played by Acid and the bot lane of CB Rush. Evil Zera and Krita baiting them in and getting the right opportunity. That word, I think, the fact that Graves decided to recall out in the open, they spotted him and Acid saw the opportunity and immediately pounced. So good stuff from them. They should be able to get the first dragon for themselves. And finally, CB Rush actually winning out on a skirmish this time. So
Yeah.
already a good early game coming from them. They just need to keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of similar to what we saw in game number 2. I mean, not exactly finding 3 kills onto the top laner, but still with early advantages, but not that much in the gold lead realm. They've got about 700 as the gold advantage right now. They've got the first Drake of the game as well, so they have a decent position. Ryuji
Oh,
going to try to collapse on the top side. Rutledge has the ult available if needed. Unstoppable force will not be required here, though, and he's just able to survive for the moment with his corrupting potion.
Yeah, it should be fine right now with a big advantage right now in CBR. Should be able to get more across the map, but not on top side. Rutledge has to play weak side this time. He knows that he is in a very dicey situation if Graves shows up, but he's a Malphite against AD Graves and then an AD top laner as well with the Bruiser top laner who primarily uses physical damage. So should still be fine for him. Oh my gosh, here comes ultimate.
Well, here comes Economical with the
Oh
Fate
my
Seal.
gosh.
The Acid falling. Great combo from Economical, able to take down the enemy jungler. And just like that, Aries Sports Revival almost back to even footing on the gold.
No.
Rutledge now could be in trouble as well. Ryuji trying to track him down. Not going to be able to do so quite yet. Now Dog looking for an engagement in the bot lane. Economical in the mid lane. Everyone wants to fight, but
What?
may not want that trade after all because Frosty picks up the solo kill with the tower shot and ignite.
That's a bit of a question mark being onto economical on that mid lane. After showing up and getting the kill onto Acid, he just gives one back straight to Frosty. After going for a trade under tower. Yeah, that's usually not how what you're supposed to do. And well, economical gets a one-way ticket back to the fountain, but he should be fine walking back. But still, you don't want to be giving away those skills, especially to a Zoe. Oh wait, ghost used.
Let's make a run down here by Bobby Rob, popping the ghost, trying to follow up, but not going to have quite enough spacing. Good rock throw with the cheese wheel. Now flash going to be required. Not enough speed stolen away just with the cheese wheel rock. Economical could be in trouble here. Evil Zara and Kraydog both showing up. Only level 5 on each though. Frosty now in the top lane, not going to connect with the bubble. Economical looking for some trades. We'll just go back to the soul spot.
Moves across the map. Meanwhile, in the bot side, it's gonna be Beauty and Core managing to get possibly one plate for themselves. Yeah, that should be Beauty getting a single plate to himself. So that's a very good advantage for them as it's just pretty much both teams just posturing with each other all across the map. Not really committing just yet to a full fight or full skirmish, but finding ways to get into their opponent's head, right?
Yeah. I think that what we're seeing
Oh
right
no.
now is a gank in the bot lane because
Woo!
Rutledge is here. The
Force it.
unstoppable force ends on to both. Core will fall here to the bullet time. That means it's a successful gank in the bot lane from Rutledge.
Yep, and he even got the timing right where Darius isn't pushing in and getting plays for himself. So Rutledge finding the right opportunity to go for that play onto the bot side is huge for them.
Yeah. Now Evils are able to counter the turret plate with
Oh,
Acid and Grey Dog are here, but the good ward and the brush is going to spot them out. Still, Beauty may be in trouble under the tower. Ryuji trying to 1v1 Acid will have to flash
oh,
Smite to try to keep himself alive. Grey Dog about to fall. Doesn't quite do so, though. Evils are able to pick up the kill on the enemy bot lane. A great dive coming from CB Rush. Can they stay around any longer? Or and Ryuji here. may try to counteract this by going in or looking to walk past. Going to try to find the hook. Acid able to jump away though, and that means it's just the Rift Herald charging for 2 plates and good disengage from CV Rush.
Oh wait,
Now,
ultimate here.
Frosty in trouble though. The Fate Seal coming through. Ignite going to take down 1, 2, 3. Not going to have enough ticks, and it's going to be Frosty surviving.
Very by the finest of margins, Frosty manages to survive. Economical should be fine, continuing to push this lane up. Frosty does not have was that spectate bub?
No, that's flash down for Acid.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
okay. They don't know. They don't know he flashed.
Evil Czar is even paying his teammate.
That might be a little bit tilt. I think they may still be tilted even though they're winning. Then they're
There's
not
no
winning by that
way.
much.
Oh,
800 economical back going to be canceled here. Grey Dog might want to take down this control ward, but might not be able to do so. Core going to
ooh,
walk forward, not be able to connect with the hook though. That actually is going to be enough to make them back off
they're
of
going
the
in.
engagement. Showing up here now,
Oh,
mid
the
laner
damage.
well, economical bursted very low though, and the sleepy comes down. Core will fall. Ryuji gonna have to back away, and that means CB Rush win again in the fight.
They win again. They take their prize. It's gonna be the dragon. Economical tried to go in, but he was half HP when he tried. Not gonna be able to survive that. Does not have a shield bow either to try and go for a dive onto the back line. And well, Core again paying a bit for the sins of his team. And we're gonna have another Cloud Soul for ourselves. Not too bad again, considering how ultimate reliant the side of CB Rush is. They need the unstoppable force. They need the ball time. They need the solar flare to be able to win these 5v5 team fights. But so far they've been
Yeah,
winning the skirmishes as well. And oh, they're baiting him in.
they're trying to burn down Evil Zara before
Oh,
anything
the
can
killer
happen.
instinct.
But
Oh,
Killer Instinct Flash from Buyudai is able to take down Evil Zara. Acid trading one back. That means both 80 carries will fall.
it's still a
Now
shutdown going.
economical looking for Frosty. Core is here as well. Frosty going to be in a great deal of trouble here very quickly. Economical burning pretty
Oh,
low though. Seal's going to come down. Frosty able to pick up the kill. Ryuji will trade it back. Core actually picking up the last hit there. That means trades going back and forth in both the bot and mid lanes.
yeah. Meanwhile, Acid just benefiting from getting the plates down here. Might end up actually being able to take the tower as well. We'll have to see if he's gonna continue. No, he's not. He's just gonna leave it for now. Possibly let Zoe go down to the bot lane or to pick up that farm. Meanwhile, Misfortune and Leona are just gonna roll swap the not roll swap, lane swap to mid. They're not roll swapping at all. They're lane swapping to mid in order to stay a lot safer against their opponents, considering Misfortune does not have a mobility spell. So has to be able to stay safe and collect the farm whenever she can. So instead
Can
they're
we
gonna move
toggle
back.
gold again? I think that it's important to look here. Bobby Rob with the 0-0-0, just with the 40 CS advantage, almost able to build up 1.5k.
All right.
But then in the bot lane, we're seeing almost 1,000 in favor of Evil Zara, and in the jungle, Acid up about 600. So good things being traded back. But this is why the gold is still not even 1,000 in advantage, despite the fact that the kills are 9-4.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Frosty does have the gold advantage as well, around 400 against Economical, who has been performing super well in the Zoe against the Yone so far. Economical, unfortunately, getting solo killed over and over shouldn't probably not be the play if he wants to finish this one out. But still, he's gonna be very useful when it comes to the big team fights. Bobby Rob.
Yeah, I guess that's not a very threatening engagement from Acid. Bobby Rob still feeling very confident, and maybe rightly so because he's got that big gold advantage already on Stride Breaker.
Oh,
Now Frosty may be looking to continue the fight against Economical with a decent trade, but a little bit too many people in the area for Air Esports Revival for this to make any sense to continue.
they're picking the Rift Road right now. They want to be able to take this objective in time for the next dragon. I
Yeah, I
believe.
think they'll just
Meanwhile,
for the
yeah, go
bot
ahead,
tower,
Tiger.
so fine.
Yeah, it was a trade in the bot tower, so one objective for another. Not too bad. I think CB Rush will be still happy with that one, especially since the gold is going over to one of their primary carries, which is the Misfortune, who should be good to fight who should be good to when it comes to these big mid game team fights that should be happening soon. 1 minute 30 seconds or 1 minute 35 seconds till the next dragon is up, and economical. He's in a lot of trouble. I
Well,
think he's dead.
Economical is not going to be happy when he gets back where he's going.
Oh,
The
the
Fate Seal
flash!
not going
Oh,
to
the flash
sidestep the solar
forward.
flare, and the Zenith Blade won't connect, so Economical able to find a way out, even though he had an ill-timed unseal.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources used to try and get the kill onto economical that ended up not working out. Frosty continuing to poke with the Zoe, getting very annoying, starting to deal way too much damage, but economical managing to get out of that is huge.
Yeah, and that means that the gold stays as close as it is right now. And with the Rift Herald, they should be able to convert another turret, so it's going to be very close as far as the gold is concerned between these two teams. And I think that I'm not sure if Zeal actually builds into the Immortal Shield, though. In fact, I don't think it does. So
I
I'm
think
a
he just
little
wants
bit
the crit.
confused. Just wanted the crit.
If
Fair
I,
enough.
yeah, he just wants the
I'm
crit.
not
It's
sure
Yone, you
how.
know.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. I have not seen that in the early itemization before from Yone, although it may be correct.
he just wants a crit to be able to activate. So right now, gonna have that as a bit of a skirmish with the bit of a duel in the bot lane. Meanwhile, they're just bringing in more and more.
No, not quite. Bobby Rob could be in trouble here. Acid and Frosty both going to try to take him down. Acid has maybe the damage. Now the hook going to come down, but it's
Well,
not going to be
meanwhile,
enough. Finishing off the kill. Now Ryuji going to flash collateral damage to try to get away, but Rutledge is on top of him. Will be able to secure that kill. Core flashes, but the still lands from Evil Czar, and that's 3-0 in favor of CB Rush.
maybe Rush managing to pull back this game so far. This time, yeah, this time they're the ones winning out in the skirmishes, outplaying their opponents. Air Esports Survival kind of caught off guard without the fact without without the mid lane advantage that they've been having for the past two games. They've just been gunning it away. Economical.
Comical trying to blow up Frosty. Will he be able to do so? Frosty gonna flash away. Going to survive. The third Drake of the game will go to CB Rush, who has claimed the first three Drakes in all three games, I believe. This time they have the gold lead to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, Acid, he talked about it during his interview here last time, right? This team really wants to go for Drakes. They think it's the most reliable way to win out on the game. And with bot lane like Evil Zera and Grey Dog, it's easy to see why they're decided to go for it again and again. However, it's just not been working out for them so far, but now they're in a so much better of a position. It's not a complete whitewash yet. The gold lead is very close. There's still definitely a chance that Air Esports Survival can get back into this. But with them so far behind on objectives, it may be a bit too hard. Well, we'll see though, because so far throughout the series, it's just been economical running circles around Frosty. Now it's Frosty's turn to be able to do the same thing. And with the mid laner basically weakened, Air Esports Survival look a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah, and even Bobby Rob went down in the 1v2 against Frosty and Acid, so
Oh no.
definitely feeling like a much more winnable position. Core going to be able to
Woo!
hook to the tower. Going to be dropped very low there by
He's
Frosty,
feeling
but
that one
not going
anymore.
to be
He's
immediate just yet. Will be able to put
they're
down a
going in.
control ward, but could be in trouble here. Stuns coming through. Cray Dog has the CC chain, and Acid has the kill. Core going to try to go into the stopwatch, but will immediately be dove on the backside of it. Locket even popped to make sure that the health bars stay high, and that's two more kills going to CV Rush.
Oh no, another drowsy Bobby Rob.
Bobby Rob maybe in trouble here as well. Rutledge on the other flank. Every angle is flanked, and Bobby Rob falls for the second time this game. Ryuji could be in trouble as well. Exhaust going to go down. Acid trying to find the chase. Acid 4-1 and 2 this time around is a bug that
Ooh.
you don't want to mess with. Make it 5 because Acid is on a rampage. Economical looking to turn it back around. Going to have to go back towards his own base because right now CB Rush have full control.
They definitely have full control. They're fighting back. They're turning this into a series that looking a lot more interesting as Frosty may be in trouble, but just manages to dodge a hook barely, sidestepping away from that crucial Nautilus ability. If he had gotten hit, I think he was dead immediately. So very good he's able to
Yeah, I'm
do
a
that.
little
Meanwhile,
surprised that
you're
that didn't hit. I
oh yeah,
expected it to.
Tiger, we were talking about the disparity in the top lane. Look at the bot lane. Evil Zera has amassed such a big lead for himself. 4 kills above his opponent. A bounty of 350 gold. Almost 50, almost 55 CS up as well. He's basically
Yeah.
3,000 gold up. He's almost basically
Yeah.
the gold lead for his team right now as a fight happens here.
Yeah,
Oh my
dude,
gosh.
I don't fall again. Good bubble comes down. Frosty going to be able to secure that kill, and the solar flare connects in the center, which means Core will be the next to fall. Rutledge taking that kill, and right towards the Baron, that puts them. It's a 5v3 on the map. Economical's not even in the area, so I don't see how you contest this. At least one tower goes back as a consolation, but Ryuji in the area just
There's no
trying to
way he
set
steals
up
this, right?
potentially for a steal. We'll see if he's got the power to go over the wall or if he's just going to die for it. Good ward over the wall
Oh!
should be. It's a great unstoppable force. Actually, Evil Zara finishing off the Baron and will pick up the kill, which means that CB Rush able to set up for a potentially game-winning Baron power play.
Well played. I don't think Ryuji expected the word to be there. They spotted him just in time and immediately zoned him out and killed him. Got the Baron for themselves as well. So CB Rush, this time they're the ones in the commanding lead. This time they're the ones able to push their opponents to the limit. It feels like turning this into more of a series. As the score 4-19 right now. It's not as big of a deficit as it was in the last game. It's still just almost a 6,000 gold lead. I say just a 6,000 gold lead. That's a really big gold lead. But considering last time we had we had like a 12,000 gold lead at around this time, it's it's just been that kind of games with Stomp so far, and this time CB Rush are the ones on the giving end.
Yeah, I wonder if Air Esports Revival will give up a one more kill for the meme. We'll see if we can get to 4-20, but other than that, I think that right now it's going to be very
Clip
difficult
that.
for Air Sports Revival to find winning fights, anyways. So we'll see if they can at least get some trades back on the back end of such a fight. Right now, they're up against 7 seconds to Cloud Soul, though, so they may need to contest here. But
This
Bobby
might be
Rob
it.
is not in the air. Economical may be picked off here as well. Acid going to look for him. Immediately, a bubble into the zone. Is Economical going to have to run away from this one? Frosty
This is
looking to
it.
finish off the kill. Dual
Oh,
shield goes,
420.
but so is Economical. Now we've got it. Rutledge going to be on
Clip
the
it
other
and
side.
ship it.
Pretty confident in himself staying in this area. Bobby Rob not threatening enough to dive under tower this game. 0-2 on the Darius. And that's Cloud Soul going over to CB Rush.
There is no way you dive Malphite. He will just ult you and then you die to tower. So the fact they decided to not do that is wise. And how appropriate we get the Cloud Soul and the 420.
Yeah.
Someone clip that.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about ourselves right now. But anyways, the mid lane is going to be sieged as the Baron is still on for the moment. The gold lead expanding over 6,000 now in favor of CB Rush. And they're looking like they may have some fight left in them throughout this series. And if they have this game complete, then they may be on the right track to trying to find the reverse sweep.
Yeah, so far it looked like Air Esports Survival were the better team coming in at this series. Kind of expected coming into this, but now CB Rush, they're fighting back. They're showing that they're not gonna take down. They're not gonna go quietly into that good night. They're still going to go for fights. They're still gonna try to play their game plan. This time it worked out so well for them, especially considering I think this Malphite man end up being the difference maker. But Frosty has been the huge one this game so far on the Zoe, showing extreme amounts of resilience. They're going in.
Ooh, big engage coming through from Core. Going to be able to find the depth charge onto Evil Zara. Teleport coming into the minion. Now Rutledge going to be able to find the knockups onto two. Bullet time going to rip through the
Oh,
entire team. Two already fallen. And CB Rush are looking to finish off the game. Rutledge able to find a third. And that means a double kill. An ace 5-0 coming through CB Rush. Making an emphatic statement here in game number 3.
I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to end it. Death timers are pretty short. Core should be is gonna be up in a few seconds, so this could be the moment for CB Rush to bring this back in. They should be able to at least get the Nexus turrets. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to end, but that was a really well played fight from them, and they just cannot kill Rutledge on this Malphite. They do not have any AP,
And this Malphite was just a 5-head pick coming from the side of CB Rush. And yeah, it looks like this will be it. The Nexus turrets, the Nexus is being focused down, the Nexus being destroyed, and we are going to a game 4 between CB Rush and Air Esports Revival. What a comeback so far. But they need to keep going.
Yeah, and I think that at this point we need to look at the side of Air Esports Revival and talk about the fact that their bot lane has been in troublous situations throughout the first 3 games, and now they're finally being exposed for it. I mean, such a big advantage for Evil Zara here on the Misfortune. And able to carry that through into the victory. Rutledge just being put on a press R champ was exactly what they needed. Acid finding form on the Kazakhs, 5-1 and 11, and Frosty having the first good game of the series as well on the Zoe. And I think that the draft was well put together here for CB Rush to be able to come back into this series. And we'll see if they're able to continue with that. And Air Esports Revival, now they are the ones who have to respond. And we'll see if they go back to Red Side and if that's the comfort that they need.
Yeah.
But Air Sports Revival not able to claim the quick 3-0 this time around.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I want to hold you there, though. I wouldn't say that the bot lane of Air Esports Survival has been running it. They did manage to get the advantage for themselves in game 1. We can't forget that. So, not everything has been bad for Byuda and Core. And Core has also been essential in getting them the wins when it comes to the team fights, right? The problem is, Kaisa Nautilus is a bot lane that can be punished easily in lane, especially with the pick that Evil Zara goes for, the Misfortune, and Creedog on the Leona. It's just too easy to be able to get ahead on that mark. So, maybe they prioritize something with a lot more agency for Bu Dai to be able to get back into this. He was looking super good on the Zaya, but Zaya is also easily punished by a Misfortune. So I'm not
All
sure of
right.
what you should do. Maybe ban the Misfortune at this point if you are the side of Air Esports Revival. But yeah, also shout out to Dirty Colors. Thank you for the comment.
All right. Well, that will wrap up game number 3. And we're going to have the game number 4. We weren't sure if that would be the case at the beginning, but now we are. So we'll take a short intermission. And on the other side, we'll have game number 4 of Air Esports Revival versus CB Rush. Welcome back, everyone, to the draft of game number four. We'll be getting into that draft shortly. But, Miles, we got a series on our hands.
Yeah, as a caster, I love having a series on my hands, especially for the grand final of the junior division here in Runeterra Academy. All right, guys. Well, CB Rush, apparently they're not going to go quiet. They're not gonna go out quiet. They want to fight back, and fight back they did. They won. They didn't just win. They won convincingly this time. It wasn't a back and forth as we expect. It wasn't really a back and forth. It was just honestly this series has just been teams stomping each other. CB Rush got the better of their opponents last time, and I think it was possibly just because Economical wasn't able to get the advantage that he usually had in the mid lane. Frosty was able to get the better of him, and I'd like to see more of that coming from the mid laner of CB Rush.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that the fact that the first three games have all been relative stomps is a kind of a good look for both of these teams. It just tells me that they're good at closing out when they get a lead. So honestly, I think that that's probably the best way to see skill performed is to take advantage of leads when you have them. And it's always nice to see comebacks coming around, but it's also nice to see teams not throwing away when they have the lead. So good on both teams so far. Uh, Air Esports Revival will be back on the red side this time around, so we'll see if having the counter pick will get them back on the right side of the matchup.
Yep, definitely. CB Rush though they'll have first pick, so be able to pick what they want. Maybe they want to go for the Kazakhs onto Acid again. This time he showed up. This time he was able to do real well with it. But as I said again, I think the key player of that game was Frosty. Just getting solo kill after solo kill in that mid lane against Economical just proved super vital. The question is, will he be able to get away with that again? Will they decide to ban the Zoe this time? Because when Frosty is able to get the opportunity, he's able to go for it. So might be some adjustments in draft that we could see from the side of Air and CB Rush. I think falling back to their fundamentals just good. Go back to your skirmishing. Go back to your fight to your team. Go back to your heavy. Bring Air down to the mud and beat them with experience. So far
Yeah,
so far CB Rush were finally able to get the advantage for themselves, but I want to see that again coming. See that again. If they can neutralize Economical, then they should be good to go to a possible game 5. And game 5 grand final. That's the most exciting one to watch.
yeah, always fun to have that. But looking at the potential comps, I want to know if the Malphite were to come back around for CB Rush, is there an answer that you would have other than the Darius that you would prefer?
I don't think the Darius was an answer to the Malphite. I think if a Malphite comes out into a full AD team, it's just such a good advantage for the side of CB. Rush, Rutledge, I mean, they couldn't kill him. They just straight up could not kill this guy on the Malphite. So if he's able to get away with a pick like that again into a full AD comp, then that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Well, right now we're just getting ready to go back into draft.
Yeah, we're waiting to see if Air Sports Revival is ready to go yet. They had a little bit of a pause of their own to recount what's going on as we saw between games in 1 and 2 from CB Rush. So we'll see if that's going to be a possibility for them. Hopefully, they're able to get it back together, but right now they're still figuring out what's going on.
Yeah. Anyway, going back to I guess the compositions that they'll decide to lead into this. Ryuji back onto an AP jungler maybe. He would look really good on the Diana. He looked really good on the Echo. And Economical has been looking good so far on the AD assassins, but the Yone didn't look as comfortable with it as he did with the Yasuo. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, and I think that with the mid jungle duo flipping to being in favor of Acid and Frosty in game number 3, uh, that that has a couple of reactions that you could go with. You could try to go back to fighting that 2v2 and try to win it, or you could look somewhere else on the map and try to play through that. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more ganks coming towards the top side to try to get Bobby Rob back ahead, because we saw him building some of his own advantages before, but with the fact that he was not able to do so in enough of an effect in game number 3 at least to be able to do the same stuff on Darius that we saw in games number 1 and 2. I wonder if they'll put more priority towards the top side, or if they'll just try to get more priority elsewhere and use that to get him back ahead.
Good question. I mean, the Darius didn't succeed this time, so nah, rip the 100% win rate on that for the grand finals. But I mean, it's still a decent pick if they want to go for it. But what they need to just do is not go full AD, I think, for Air Revival. Otherwise, they just get screwed over. And the fact that, CB Rush had counter pick in the last game as well meant that they were just able to, get whatever they want to counter what Air Esports Revival had to give. So right now, Leona getting banned away. Okay, makes sense. It's been just the staple for Kraydog so far in this game. I'm surprised they're not banning the MF instead, because I feel like Leona you can deal with. You know what to do against it, but I feel like the misfortune has been really screwing over the Kaisa and Nautilus bot lane that they want to go for. So right now, if they decide to run the Kaisa Nautilus again, I want to see them ban out the misfortune.
Yeah, I think that a better solution is to just not run Kaisa Nautilus again. I think
That's
Nautilus is fine, good player, but maybe pick a different ADC that you can either get more damage off in the early game with, something like a Jin, or even picking away the misfortune for themselves, as they actually had to take a loss ban because of the time that they took between games. Aries
yeah.
Sports Revival, that is. But if they're able to pick up that misfortune or another early game pick potentially, then they can make a different look and hopefully have a better result.
Yeah. Well, right now they can't ban anything, so CB Rush they have full pick of the litter on who they want to go for, who they'll prioritize, and it looks like Alistar. Okay, I didn't expect that. That's
Interesting first pick choice actually, because
I guess if they want to go for misfortune again, then Alistar is basically Leona 2, right? So the engaged champ that you want to be able to pair with that can still combo well with the bullet time as well if he gets the perfect pulverize headbutt pulverize. So gonna be interesting to see if he's going to be the difference maker in that regard. But Sai getting picked up again. We saw. I like the way I really like the way Dive managed to play this in the first game. If he can find the same impact, but you know what? The lack of the ban means that Evil Zera will be able to pick up his Tristana.
yeah, and I'm not sure how it will compare to the misfortune. Evil Zarlis looked good in the past 2 games on the misfortune. The Tristana being more comfort is a nice thing to have, but also Tristan is not quite as strong in the early game, so I'm not sure how it will work out in the
I
bot
mean,
lane too. And
depends
the
which part of the
priority,
early game, right, Tiger? It's like level 2 Tristana with Alistar combo just deletes ADCs just deletes enemy bot lanes off the planet. So it's something you definitely have to watch out for. The level 6 spike from Tristana also is extremely strong. So although Tristana is a hyperscaling carry, her early game is not to be trifled with.
yeah, that's fair. And the Yone maybe being looked at again by Aries Sports Revival. I
Okay, they're
didn't
gone.
feel great about
Run
it
it back.
last game. Apparently, they like that into Zoe, so we'll see if that's going to be more effective with the Malphite banned away.
I think I would have liked Yasuo more, especially with the wind ball against the Zoe skill shots. But if they're more comfortable with the matchup, hopefully Economical can redeem himself. This time they are banning away the Malphite. So this probably I still don't expect a full AD comp to come out of this, but it should still be helpful against picks like the Yone and the side to not have to deal with that big tank in the center that can completely screw up their plans whenever a team fight arises.
Yeah, and I think that maybe we'll see another AP jungler, although
Diana
the
banned.
pool is fanned out a little bit. I mean, Talia, Echo, and Diana are all gone. But you could still see something in maybe like a Karthus. I don't know if that's the style UG wants to play. But if they can find an AP jungler, I think that that's the way that they
Nidalee.
want to go. Maybe like Evelyn or Elise.
Nidalee, I think, would be the play.
Italy.
But Nidalee is a very hard champ to pilot. I'm not sure if that's in Ryuji's wheelhouse. If it is, super good, but yeah, he has to pick. Fiddlesticks is also a possibility that he can decide to go for. Instead, they're just gonna go for the set. I'm assuming that's
So
going to be a top lane, so they're gonna give counter pick over to Ryuji to see what the rest of the team from CBR are going to pick out, and what jungler they're gonna decide on. Because this might be, the jungle matchup might be the one that decides the series, that might decide this game on whether CBR manages to mount a comeback or whether Air Esports Survival can finish this 3-1. And right now, CB Rush, I
all
don't
right.
think they're not in a rush to pick their champions.
Yeah, and not seeing the Darius this time around means that it's going to look a little bit different. I do think Set is probably better for setting up team fights.
Hmm.
Not to make a pun on his name, but I guess I accidentally did.
We're
But
just making puns
anyways,
all the time anyway, Tiger. Just don't worry about it anymore at this point.
I think that Aries Sports Revival with the Set pickup might have more of a front to back look. I mean, Nautilus also good engage. Kane potentially here for Acid, and we'll see if that's going to be the
Yeah.
carry potential that we saw from him on the Kha'Zix in game number 3, and then what we've been waiting for since the beginning of the series. But
I mean, Kane will still work out definitely. That's one of the picks that Acid likes to fall back on. The question is what Ryuji will decide to go for, considering that Echo and Diana is banned, and he needs an AP jungler. Instead, they're just gonna go for the Hecarim. So, despite
you
it's
can
still kind of a full AD comp coming from the side of Air Esports Revival. This time though, they don't have a really big tank to deal with. They will still have to deal with the Mordekaiser, but he's less of a threat to a full AD team than a Malphite.
Yeah, I think that it's difficult as well to armor stack on a Mordekaiser. So I don't think that it's going to be nearly as much of a problem as before. And we've seen good things from Ryuji's Hecarim as well. So I'm pretty excited about that showing up here in this series. Game number 4, hoping to set themselves up to win the series right here and now. And just looking overall at how a series goes, Miles, would you think that it would be better to be in a position where you've taken the first 2 games, or the one where you finally were able to get your win and get the series to 1-2 and start your comeback?
I mean, right now momentum is on the side of CB Rush if they want to go for it. Plus the fact that Air lost a ban due to taking so long means that you gave Evil Zera, you didn't pinch Evil Zera's AD champion pool, which is what the game plan has been when it comes to draft for Air East for Survival since they came into this. The fact that Evil Zera managed to get the Tristana might end up being the difference maker. Because Creedog and Evil Zera with the Tristana Alistair combo are dirty. They just stomp lanes with it. So that's something we really have to look out for. We were talking about the mid jungle duo before, but right now it looks like bot lane might be the most important factor. If Buidai and Core can hold on, if Buidai
Yeah,
and Core can hold on, then of course scaling versus scaling things will become a lot more even. But it's still worrying that it's a full AD comp coming from Air Esports Survival. Not gonna lie, Mordekaiser can just build a Frozen Heart in full armor. Sorry, not Frozen Heart. Frostfire Gauntlet. There we go. Frostfire Gauntlet and full armor, and just counter what Air Esports Survival want to do.
maybe we'll see if that's going to be the call from Rutledge. Still, with the ability to put someone in the Shadow Realm, Mordekaiser is able to break up the look of team fights. So I think that that should benefit them in going for skirmishes, which is exactly their playstyle. So CB Rush should probably be pretty happy with how this draft looks. They got themselves the bot lane that they've had banned away from them the first 3 games. So now, with that comfort available to them, I think that they will feel that they're in a good position and feel confident to take a bunch of fights. But I also think that Air Esports Revival has a team comp where they can take fights as well. So this should be a fun one, and there should be a lot of fighting going on both sides.
I mean, fighting is the name of the game for both of these teams so far, and the team that tends to get ahead first just ends up winning the game. So if CB Rush managed to get the early game in their hands, they should be able to close things out. On the other hand, Air Source Survival, same thing, same concept. I don't know if we're gonna get as much even fights as we did in the first game, with both teams already getting a feel for each other and what they want to do. These are knockout punches the teams want to be throwing against each other at this point. CB Rush, with the momentum coming into this game 4, will they be able to claw their way back and bring us to a game 5? That's the big question right now. Air Sports, they have to nip this in the bud. They want to end this now. They don't want to go to a game 5 because that's already a lot of pressure. Where the whole season will rest essentially over one game. If they can win this now, they can, it's just it will be like a big burden off their shoulders, obviously.
Yeah. And I think that going into this, we've seen invades in each of the first 3 games by Air Sports Revival. You think that we'll see another one?
I think it should. I think teams don't abuse level 1s enough, and if they're able to get an advantage off like they did last time, where they got the they got the flash off of Rutledge, should be a good advantage for Air Esports. I'm not too fond of their level 1 though, compared to what CB Rush has. So there's still that.
All right. Well, we'll see if that's what happens, and we'll be going into a short intermission before we go into game number 4 between CB Rush and Air Esports Revival. Welcome back to the Rift, everyone. For game number 4, we got back on the blue side is CB Rush, and on the red side, we've got your Esports Revival. Maybe looking at an invade again this time. Only a 3-man pack. We'll see if Core goes up and throws his hook at the brush as he often does.
Oh,
Acid step forward.
we're gonna see it.
There
Oh
it
no.
is. Core able to find the hook. Bobby Rob able to find the face breaker as well, and Acid burns down to the ignite. First blood going over to Core.
Really good punish by the side of Air Esports Survival. They knew Acid was gonna get a bit too curious for his own good and punished it right there and then. So at least that advantage going to them again. Air Esports Survival has just been very good with these level ones and finding advantages for themselves. At least this time a summoner wasn't burned, but that's still the fact that Core has boots already means that he's gonna have an easier time on the roam and gonna be there first. If something happens, let's say in the mid or the river, that's gonna be a good advantage towards the side, towards the support of Ares for survival.
Honestly, speaking of roaming, I was disappointed by how little roaming that we've seen by these supports in the early
Oh,
stages. Acid actually able to steal
oh,
away Raptors, smite away the red buff as well. So 2 camps stolen by
oh!
Acid. The
Stolen in
thief coming.
4K. Stolen in 4K like that tiger. I can't believe it. And Core just hit the minion with his hook. Ah, do you hate to see it? But dang, I think Ryuji is gonna be a bit peeved with that one. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, going to be far behind at the very least. Acid not going to be made to
Get
pay
more for
for his
Mother
early
Invade.
on the hunt again. Ryuji finally able to get to level 2. Acid going to try to hunt him down though. Economical and Frosty both going to show up, but
Oh,
Frosty is there. Acid able to finish off the kill, doesn't even need any help, which means that the solo kill between junglers has Acid continuing to be on top.
okay. I think that catch onto acid in that early game really made him a bit mad. He's going for the invade and he's making sure Ryuji knows that he's not gonna be taking that. And right now, CBR acid, he's gonna get another one. The flash in.
Core has the combo. Acid going to be
Oh,
very low. Go back in, finishes off Yu Die Ignite, taking down Ryuji and Economical Collapse, but Core is down as well, so it's a 2-for-1 so far. And Prey Dog falling very low means that it could be even back up, but the rocket jump through for Evil Zara makes it 3-for-2 overall in favor of CB Rush.
I think Frosty used his actual flash there. Oh, we got the CP trouble bubble.
Yeah, hiding behind the Gromp, though. Nice from Economical there.
All right, so it looks like this time CB Rush they're just gunning for it this time. Aggressive plays across the board from the side of Acid, making sure that his opponent isn't basically able to farm. I don't think so far Hecarim has not been able to get a buff throughout this entire early game. Acid has just been letting
Yeah,
him
no
know
buff.
that he owns the
Buff trade.
jungle. That he owns the jungle at this point. So really good stuff coming from the jungler of CB Rush in this game 4.
Yeah. And I think that Acid may be continuing to try to steal away some more Raptors here. He may be encountering Ryuji. Ryuji going to be able to take them back because Economical is nearby. But Acid and Rutledge may be going to tag team the invade and at least
Oh
steal
my
away the big chick.
gosh. Ryuji's just not allowed to play League of Legends this game, Tiger. He's just getting bullied out of his own jungle, not even able to take the big camps for himself right now. He should be able to get something
Oh, and
done.
the
Oh,
bot
okay.
lane is trying to steal away the scuttle crab from him. they're just not wanting
Oh
Ryuji
no.
to play. But meanwhile, Kraydog couldn't be in trouble. Core picking up the kill. Ignite once again taking that down. That means that we're back on even footing with a 4v4 on the kill score.
It is even footing when it comes to kills, but not when it comes to jungle, not when it comes to tempo, I feel like. With Ryuji feeling getting so far behind. The plus side is that Ryu
Ooh,
die.
Eagles
They're just
are
going for a
both
dive.
here. Good hook gonna come down.
Oh,
You die with the blade caller
let's
has the
go.
damage, and Evil
Wow.
Zara will fall.
Dang, Ryu die. Able to get that dive off with bringing back the feathers in for the kill. That was really good. Evil Zara, bit disrespectful, trying to hold off on the lane. Fortunately, it didn't work out this time. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like Economical is doing a better job
controlling his lane and not falling behind, or at least giving opportunities to Frosty to get a solo kill.
Mm-hmm. And with the Drake having just spawned here, I'm wondering if we'll see the Pria once again coming from CB Rush. They've had such a command over the Drakes in this series. They've had the first three every game were able to convert it last game into a soul, and
Ooh.
that's been a point of pressure that they've had all along.
Yep. All right. Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto economical, but the trade still definitely favors him overall. They're going in on bot lane.
Yeah, this is a pretty deep trade. Core going to go into the stopwatch. Has been an early investment of his the whole series.
Ryuji.
Now Ryuji gonna roll down and Core gonna look for kills. Cray Dog gonna be dropped very low. One more auto
Oh,
attack ought to do it. The pulverize is going to disengage that and teleport coming in. Core already down. Acid being able to pick up the kill. View Die gonna try to finish off Evil Zara, but tragedy strikes as once again a member escapes with one auto attack of health left. Now it's going to
trying to
be
go for
Ryuji
more.
trying to get onto the back line, but Evil Zara will pick up with help of the tower. Bobby Rob going to try to finish it off with the showstopper. But how do they keep getting away with this? Acid lives, everyone lives. It's three kills, maybe four in favor of CB Rush, and they don't give anyone to do so.
That's an absolute disaster for the side of Air Esports Revival. The fact that they tried to go for that play, they weren't able to get the kill onto Kraydog or Evil Zara, and because of that, they got trapped out, caught between a rock and a hard place. The rest of the team from CBR, they were just able to collapse onto the bot side and ended up taking the skirmish. I guess that was a team fight win with all five players being there anyway. So taking the team fight win for themselves, and just well played by CB Rush overall.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought that they may have gotten away with what was not quite a well thought out engage because the dive was too deep, trying to track down the members that were at such low
Uh,
health. The escape was good to get those members out, but I thought that if the turn had been there, that Air Esports Rivals still would have had a good shot at winning that fight, but they would just tried too much to go for the kills that were out of reach and then fight the people who were going on towards the back line.
yeah, unfortunately, I think they gave up on trying to catch Cray Dog with an auto attack. At least the bot lane of Air Esports Survival thought that Ryuji should be able to
What?
take it, and oh no, another
Yeah,
fight here.
Dog dropping pretty low for View You Die, looking pretty good at the beginning of this
Oh,
fight. And Blade going to find the roots onto all the members that are chasing them down, and the disengage will come through for Air Esports Revival.
all right. The fact that Core and Byuda were able to get out of that in one piece, really good for them. But still, they lost the dragon. The priority for the dragon right now, Bobby Rob in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Rutledge
Oh,
going to find the obliterate, and now Acid is back for more. The pulverize comes through. Evils are picking up the kill. Now the Umbral trespass will finish off the kill. Acid going to take one more tower shot though, and the shutdown will be given over to Bu. You die 2 for 1 in the gank in the bot lane.
oh
CB
wait, this
rushing it.
response.
Now Frosty in trouble as well, flashing over the wall. Ryuji going to have the devastating charge though. Onslaught of Shatters will finish it off, and that means that it's 2 for 2 is the overall trade.
Okay, there we go. So at least they're able to get something back. Still, that was a big shutdown going over, but the important part is all these plates going over to the Evil Zera. He's just gonna extend his gold lead further and further. And a Tristana that's getting ahead, that's starting to snowball, is very, very difficult to deal with. She can burst you down so easily, in no time flat, basically. So something we have to look out for. And right now, economical and acid going mano a mano while we wait for the mid laner to get back into the field. Frosty not having the solo kills like before. This time, economical's allowed to play safer. But the game's not over yet. Despite the lead that CB Rush was able to gain for themselves, there's still a chance, definitely, for Air Esports Revival to bring this back in, especially when it comes to the big fights that should be happening all across the map. Maybe targeting towards the Rift Herald right now. But Acid just so far ahead.
Yeah, let's check in on the gold. He's got 1,000 gold is the favor of Acid, which is about the gold difference in general, with a little
Oh
bit
no.
of lead for Rutledge as well. Now Evil Zara may be in trouble. Roots coming down and flash forward with the
Oh.
Featherstorm. One more auto attack will finish off the kill. Evil Zara picked off in the bot lane.
Well played by Byudai and Core to punish Evil Zera. Not the support not being there was really crucial. Oh wait, Economical might be in trouble.
Yeah, that tower shot connects, but Prey Dog not quite there in time to follow up on Economical. Uh, I think that will just about do it for the moment. We'll see
They're
if the
going in.
dive comes through. Prey Dog looking for it.
A lot of
Economical dropping
damage.
about 200 HP. Going to go for the Fate Seal, trying to turn it
Oh my
around. On
gosh.
the cross, they will be able to do so. Prey Dog under the tower, going to go down. Core picking up another kill. Acid now looking for getting anything back potentially. Ryuji around the area. Rutledge trying to show up as well. Ult available, but not wanting to find anything right now. So that will just about do it. 2 for 0
Oh no,
in
wait.
favor. Well,
Economical.
Acid does want it, so we'll see if he's going to be able to find anything. Core trying to turn it around. Economical, feeling good about just backing it off though. So 2 for 0 in favor of Air Esports Revival.
I think the shield bow should be completed for Economical by now. No, he was only able to get the Vampiric Scepter. Might decide to win. No, he's not. So not yet completing the shield bow. I think it's because he decided to go for a zeal item to get the crit, to get more crits for himself. So not gonna have that mythic item just yet in time for the next dragon, which is gonna be up in 1 minute. It might end up being a crucial factor coming into this next team fight right now, but it's basically still pretty much even across the board for these guys, except top lane Rutledge has gotten a really big advantage for himself. Bobby Rob kind of struggling a bit, but not too much. Still,
Yeah,
the
and
important
actually
part is going to be this dragon.
the gold lead is with Air Esports
They
Revival,
want
but a
this
lot of
counter.
it's on core, so that's an unfortunate placement of the gold advantage. This bot tower is going to go down though, and that's going to swing the gold back in favor of CB
Oh
Rush.
no,
See if
economical.
they're able to find economical here. He may be in some trouble going power paddle star. That's not going to have enough damage to really threaten him to fall just yet.
Yeah,
But with
not
the
just yet.
Drake about to spawn here in 25 seconds, there could be a fight very soon.
Yep, there definitely should be a fight going soon. I don't think Air Esports Revival will want to get the dragon stacking going for CB Rush as they're trying to go for something right now. K-Dog missed the combo and here comes teleport.
Combo. Now the onslaught of shadows is going to find Fears onto two. Ryuji going to try to find the backline. Evil Zara trying to rocket jump away, but it's not going to work. Economical able to pick up the kill on the enemy AD carry. Now Rutledge able to trade one back, but it's only on the core. Now the Drowsy going to keep Ryuji at bay for the moment. Frosty going to try to connect the paddle stars. Is not able to do so though. Rutledge will fall to the showstopper. Frosty is in the wrong place on the map. Acid even going to be on the other side of the map, but it looks like it will just be the 3 for 1 economical. Trying to find acid, not going to be able to do so to any
Yep,
effect though. 3 for 1 and the Drake in favor of Air Esports Revival.
that was huge from Economical. Able to get the knock up onto Evil Zare just on time and locking him up to get finished off by the Fate Sealed. So the ADC not being there, they just lost a lot of damage. Frosty's not able to do nearly enough burst damage to take anyone out, and CBR Acid completely failed to take down Buyu Dai as well. Ended up living, and because of that, it was just a one team fight from there. Economical on this Yone, it's complete 180 from last game. Now he's completely dominant on the matchup.
Yeah, we were very critical of it, and rightfully so after the how last game went. But this time around, it's Yone who is being critical with the zeal plus the crit cloak and 3-0 and 5, able to put himself in position with the gold advantage of about 2,000 over his lane opponent.
Yep, definitely. All right. So situation a bit not completely dire just yet. Economical might be in a lot of trouble, but Air Esports Survival making a game out of this right now. This is exactly Tiger. This is exactly what I wanted from a game four, with both teams going back and forth with each other. Not really anyone coming completely ahead just yet, but that should
Frosty.
it's still a good advantage for Air Esports Survival to stop the dragon stacking from happening. And now we are going to have an Ocean Drake for the Ocean Soul for this game. Gonna be extremely vital, especially for Air Esports Survival. If they can get it, then Zoe will end up getting nullified because her poke will just get healed up by the Ocean Soul passive.
Yeah, and I think that the back and forth that we're having here different from the rest of the games in the series. That's something that you look for in games, and it's been good to see all of the closeouts. But now I have no idea who's going to win this game because it's so close. It could definitely go either way right now, and we should have some more close fights because of that. And with the close fights coming up, hopefully that means that it will be a lot more entertaining to be looking at each individual fight since we don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, right now, priority, at least for Rutledge, he should be able to still win out on the 1v1 against Bobby Rob. I don't think Bobby Rob, his job is just to make sure that he survives and is able to be there when the team fight breaks out to use the showstopper onto a priority target. Either get him onto on top of his own team or, peel for the rest of his teammates. So he's going to be vital in that regard. But in lane, he just has to hold the line against Rutledge right now, who's getting stronger and stronger, starting to scale up on this Mordekaiser pick. Thankfully, Bobby Rob on this set, he has a lot of regen. He has a lot of health regen from his passive, so he should be able to survive for quite a while. As fight breaking out right
Ooh,
now, Fate Sealed.
Three-man Fate Sealed coming down the death charge as well onto Frosty. Kraydog dropping very low here. Ryuji gonna have to run away from the tower shots. Here comes the Feather Storm. It's gonna find one. The root onto Frosty as well.
Evil
Core gonna find the hook onto the rocket.
Oh
Jumping
my
Evil Star
gosh!
is too though, as Economical going on a rampage. Dai going to be hit by the Umbral Trespass here. Gonna try to find the Blade Caller on the way out. Economical gonna have to find the damage, but the shutdown goes over the wall from Frosty. Frosty maybe going to hang around a bit longer. Gonna be able to find another one. Here comes the Showstopper over the wall, but Bobby Rob is 1v3. Haymaker not gonna connect onto Acid, and that means it's a 5-for-2 ace in favor of CB Rush.
One team gets one team fight, the other team gets the other. I thought the immediate hook from Core onto Evil Zara before he could jump in and do damage would be enough for them to win the team fight, but unfortunately, it took too long for Bobby Rob to be there in time to peel for Buyu Dai and Economical, and they ended up falling with Rutledge being first onto the field, and that's what priority gets you: the ability to be the first one in. Frosty may be in a lot of trouble. He is very low on the health bar, but this Rift Herald should be going over to the side of CB Rush. Now it is just a Rift Herald, not a game changing objective like the Baron just yet, but they're gonna be definitely happy with that. And it shows that they're still in this. They can still win team fights. Everything could still go either way.
Yep, and with the Drake spawning here in about 30 seconds, it looks like Air Esports Revival is going to be first to the priority over the Drake. But they may be trying to set up a death brush here. We'll see if that can be successful. So many
There's no way
poke
they fall
tools
for
available
this, right?
that it's difficult to hold this position. We'll see if Kraydog going to be the target here with the hook. Depth charge going down. Here comes the full combo. Onslaught of Shadows through. Acid maybe onto the back line, though. First kill of the fight going down already. Showstopper into
They're
the
feeling
back
one.
line. Rutledge and Frosty here against Bobby Rob. The Haymaker going to go down, but Bobby Rob separated from the team. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and that means that no top laner versus no support favors CB Rush going into the fight, you have to feel.
Yep. Rutledge still pretty much alive kicking, but the health bars is kind of favoring Air Esports Survival right now. They're going for more.
Like they want to stay around for this fight. Sleepy
Oh!
Trouble Bubble connects with Core going to be dropped very low. Should be falling here. Fate Sealed going to go only on to Rutledge. And the fight going majorly in favor of CB Rush. Frosty going to try to survive here a bit longer. Economical not
Oh!
even able to finish off the kill. It's a sweep for CB Rush as they take the Drake and all the kills. And it's the ace going down as the Evil Zara will push towards the mid lane.
That's a lot more gold going into the pockets of CB Rush as they move to a 4,000 gold lead. Two team fights in a row, won already at this point. Bobby Rob going down there, I think earlier was vital in making sure that he couldn't really peel for the rest of his team. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what the call from them was for him to go in onto the enemy team when there wasn't really anyone that could follow up. They already used their engage onto the Alistar, who is not really a priority target. You want to be able to get the ADC, you want to be able to get the mid laner. Unfortunately, they were unable to get anything more than just the Alistar. And when it came to the team fight, Buyu Dai decided to try and dive in onto Evil Zara. It didn't work out. He ended up getting taken down by Frosty. And well, it was just Rutledge cleaning house in the backline. There's nothing they could really do against a Mordekaiser who is that big at this point.
Yeah, I think that the target selection is a great point there. I think that you got to be able to lock down Rutledge and then be able to take out the threats on the other team without being able to expose yourself like Bobby Rob did there. And it's seeming like that may be a difficult thing to do because that seemed to be a pretty good engage with the Death Brush there. They just went all in on Prey Dog and then they weren't able to hold anything for the rest of the members. Good Unbreakable will makes it so that you actually do have to invest a lot to finish off that Alistar,
Yeah,
but it's very difficult to finish off the rest of the fight if you expend too much on
you're
just getting
abs-
that one.
you're absolutely right. They tried to go for a Hail Mary, not really a Hail Mary play. They tried to go for a pick, but they just, yeah, as you said, they just didn't find the right target. If they're able to find someone else, then that's good. But also credit to Frost and Evil Zara for managing to, kite away from their opponent, especially when the onslaught of shadows came from Ryuji. They managed to make it away just in time, and there's nothing that really economical could do if he couldn't dive into the back line.
A nice call out there on the bubble from Frosty and predicting the step back from Bobby Rob. Uh, gonna get some chunk damage down. Not going to mean too much, but I thought that that was at least it looked neat.
It looked painful. That's what it was. Oh,
Uh,
speaking of painful. Oh no.
We'll try to weigh in on the core here. Core going to be the target.
Oh
Good
wait,
knockup from the depth charge, and here comes the
Evil Zara's in
re-engage.
trouble.
Uh, Shadows scatters the fight. Bobby Rob in the front line on Umbral Trespass going to try to finish off Core, but Acid's
Acid's
going to
dead.
drop very low. No
Is he?
teammates nearby.
Oh, he is.
And none with a health bar anyways. Acid falls. Prey Dog dropping low. Frosty able to find a snipe with the paddle start. That's a 2-for-1 so far in favor of Air Esports Revival and Frosty looking for more, looking for the snipes. Economical over the wall. We'll try to finish
Oh, he
them
got
off.
him.
The burn ignite, the shutdown going over to Economical, and that means it's a 3-for-1 in favor of Air Esports Revival.
I'm surprised that Evil Zara actually managed to make it out of that situation alive. He was barely able to get out. Economical able to get the kill onto Zoe was also extremely huge. Now he's able to get more items for himself. Going over, getting hit that 100% crit line very soon. As teams are just trading blow for blow at this point. Even though the gold lead is in the hands of CB Rush, Air Esports Survival definitely fighting back, finding the right opportunities. I think that was a bit of an overstep from Acid and the rest of the squad trying to get on top of Core. Again, both teams tunneling onto the support. It doesn't work out. So,
Hmm,
target selection.
where
Again,
have I seen this before? You don't want to blow all of your engage, and then the support can hit you all with the knock up too. It's the depth charge this time around, and the rest of the team there to follow it up. So good stuff from Core.
I
Sleepy
know
Trouble
Core.
Bubble going to land once
Core should
again.
be
And
fine.
that starts to get more and more threatening the more deep you get into the game, the more items that Frosty has. But I always have an eye out for those Sleepy Trouble bubbles. This time, not going to have the range to connect with the follow up Paddle Star. But once again, fighting for priority over this river.
The one thing I'm wary of from the side of CB Rush though is that there's not really anyone peeling for Evil Zara. So if he gets caught in the back line, there's not really anyone who's protecting him or doing anything to help him. And economical, once he gets further and further ahead, it's gonna be very hard for him to be able to survive unless they have an exhaust. But that happens once per team fight.
Ooh, we're getting pings onto Baron here. This could be a Baron sneak. The Ocean spawn third of the
Doing
game
it now
potentially for CP
for the
Rush,
call.
and they will be able to claim that quickly. But immediately
Melting.
following up is the Baron call, and it seems like the immediate rotation is coming. But will it be here in time? It looks like the Baron may just be burned down. Smites there. It's good. Ryuji able to
Going for
pin
more.
that one up, and a big pulverize coming through under the back line.
You have
Ryuji
to run.
going to try to set up the
Run.
fight, but it's not going to have any follow up. Evils are already picking up the first kill of the fight. Economical in the Shadow Realm versus Rutledge will not be able to win that 1v1. We'll see if he can even survive trying to get out over the wall. Core going to try to distract the rest of the team as his fellow members are going to try to escape. Acid and Kraydog under the tower now trying to 1v2. Is Bobby Rob going to try to set up a haymaker, but the Umbral Trespass will finish him off. Good tower aggro juggling is going to finish off the turret and Bobby Rob. It's 3-0 in the fight. Baron goes over, will be on economical, and Bu die for a while longer, but a couple towers instead going to be in favor of CB Rush.
And that was a ballsy call coming from Air Esports Revival to get something back.
Ooh,
Oh my gosh.
economical trying to find an explosion. And Evil Zara will fall, but it's going to be traded for one of the remaining Baron buffs. Beauty Die, the only member left with that buff. Great hook coming through from Core. Acid will fall because of it, and that means a couple of kills traded back by Air Esports Revival.
I think that was still a net positive play for the side of CB Rush. The fact that they were able to get the soul point for themselves and so many kills. They just Ares for survival. It was a ballsy call to go for the Baron. They did manage to get it onto one person. Dice still does have it, but I don't think they're gonna be able to get much out of it. Ideally, you want multiple people to have it to be able to push towers, right? You'd have it on economical to be able to get more gold for his team. Unfortunately, with it on the ADC, they can't really siege. They can't really send him alone on a side lane in order to continue to push because it's an ADC. You're just gonna get popped by the Mordekaiser that's gonna come up from behind you.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get any more use out of the fact that Bu Die still has that buff. Right now, it
Oh
looks
no,
like
the
they're just
collapse.
trying to. It could be a collapse on the bot lane here. Turret going down, but now Bobby Rob may be
I
in
think
some
he's dead.
trouble here, going 1-3. Going to try to get out. Rutledge going to put him in the Shadow Realm. Going to try to start the 1v1 up, but Kraydog and Evil Zera will be here on the end of the Shadow Realm. And here it comes. Bobby Rob going to be in trouble, going for the Showstopper, but
Oh,
dies before he pop the Haymaker. Now Acid able to finish off Economical as well. Going to have to flash his way out. Here comes the Onslaught of Shadows. Ryuji going to try to finish off the kill onto Acid.
oh,
And a good knockup coming through onto both of the bot lane. Now Kraydog and Rutledge are here to follow up. Ryuji going to be in some trouble. Going to be stunned up for the moment. Now tries to
oh,
walk out. Big Blade Caller coming through from Yudai will mean that they are allowed to disengage. But that is all they are allowed to do, because right now they're being run off the map.
trading towers right now. Tier 2 for tier 1 in the mid lane. Very not a very good spot for Air Esports Revival as the fact that they lost their mid they lost the fight in mid. I thought they'd be able to get something back in mid after Bobby Rob was left for dead down there in the bot lane having to fight off three people. I thought they'd be able to get something, but instead it's Acid that actually managed to get the kill onto Economical, which is huge. They weren't able to push their advantage super well. They did manage to get the tower in the end, but it could have been so much more if Frosty and Acid had dropped. Thankfully, they managed to survive for Acid as that's how damage Sarah.
Wants to take this fight on Evil
Oh, the
Zera. Buster Strike going
damage.
to disengage him. Ryuji now going to have to get out with just 300 HP. That is a good disengage coming through from Evil Zera.
Yeah, at this point, it's gonna be very hard to break through what Rutledge and Prey Dog have in store. Very tanky members at this point. Steel plated boots done as well, along with the Bramble Best for the support. Thornmail already finished for Mordekaiser. So these two are basically walking walls at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
And
going to
right,
be very difficult to get through those two members. Now, with 30 seconds before Drake spawns, we may have a fight already on our hands. Economical going to be chunked out here by the explosive shot, but Bu Die and Bobby Rob will show up shortly. We should have 5-on-5. Economical about half health to start this fight. We'll see what
oh
else
no,
can come about now. Going to go down because of the blast cone. Now it's Ryuji going to fall very low. Going to find the fear onto the back
oh
line, but Acid. The shutdown goes over to Bobby Rob. Frosty going to try to 1v1. Yu Dai has good angles here. Blade Caller could be big. Going to find the root onto multiple
oh
members. Flash forward, going to be able to pick up one kill onto Frosty, but Economical is going to fall here, and just Ryuji will survive. It's a three kills to 4 in favor of CBR, and Ryuji is going to have to run away. So Acid will be able to pick up the Ocean Soul.
man, the mid laner and the bot laner of CB Rush were killed. That should be game over for the fight, technically speaking. But Rutledge is just so strong on this Mordekaiser right now. They're not able to put a dent onto him. Not Economical's not able to do anything. There's not much beauty that I could do. Still not over that stage. over the hypercarry stage, 4 items Zaya can do to a tank. And right now, Rutledge is being the one to bring his team over the finish line when it comes to these big team fights right now. Acid being the supporting carry, doing super well, making sure that the enemy carries are occupied, doing really good on this Kane pick so far. But I gotta say, Rutledge is just being the MVP in every team fight right now.
Yeah, 8-1-9 on the Mordekaiser, and finding priority targets as well with the ultimate to put them in the Shadow Realm, get that 1v1, and then be able to set the team up to win in the rest of the fight. And that has been an effective thing, especially throughout the last few fights. And good fighting back coming from Aries Sports Revival. Still, I think that they've got a shot in this game. It's been a much closer game all around. It's continued to be that even through the later stages of the game. About 4,000 gold is the advantage right now for CBR, and we'll see if they're able to convert that. We usually may be looking for Frosty here. No CC left available. The sleep will go down onto 4, but I think that will just about do it as the setup starting to come through around the Baron.
Yeah, and Zoe is being very annoying. Frosty hitting with the sleepy trouble bubble again and again. People setting up for the Baron. The teleport's coming as well. They're just gonna go for it. This man melt
Yeah,
fast.
Baron started up here. We'll see if it can be counteracted. Ryuji over the wall going to be spotted out. No unstoppable force this time, no Malphite. But Rutledge over the
Oh,
wall going to put him in the 1v1, and it's going to be taken down. The Baron will be right now, and Ryuji not going to be able to take the 1v1 either. Core going to be in trouble here. 2
I
kills
think it's
already
over.
down. Going to try to turn it around, but no such luck. 3-0 in the Baron going in favor of CBR, and they can push down the mid lane.
Man, it looked dicey first. Now they have the advantage to basically open the base. I think they should be able to end as well. The death timers are super long right now. I'm not sure if there's anything Bobby Robin Economical can do. It's a pretty big wave also barreling down onto the Nexus turrets. But CB Rush, it looked dicey for a second, especially after that dragon fight where they lost. They're going for a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, this is the last chance. Bobby Robin in the back line will be able to find the haymaker onto Evil Zara. It's going to be 1 kill. Traded back, though, the 2 will fall, and the 2 respawns won't be enough. It looks like it. The Nexus is the target, and CB Rush, after falling behind 2 games to 0, will take us to game number 5.
Game number 5. What a way to end things here, Tiger. I can't believe we're actually making it here. After such dominating performance from Air Esports Revival, CB Rush actually managed to fight their way back and bring us to a decider match. And it was off the back of those big team fights that happened. I thought after Air Esports Revival won the first team fight that they'd be able to carry the advantage over. But it was CB Rush actually winning out on the 5v5s again and again and again that gave them the edge to turn this game into a victory. Gotta shout out CB Acid and Rutledge really stepping up along with Frosty. Now the top side of it feels like the top side of CB Rush is finally awake and starting and coming alive in this matchup.
Yeah, and I still thought that that was a pretty well played game from Aries Sports Revival. I
Oh, it
wouldn't
was.
mind
It
seeing
was.
things that look pretty similar. I mean, you want to get maybe one AP threat, so maybe not run back the Yone mid necessarily, but if they can get an AP threat to add to the team comp, I think that that's just about all you need to do. There doesn't need to be a huge change from this game. Just get yourself in a similar position and then execute better is the game plan that I would come up with for Aries Sports Revival.
And we'll see if they can manage to do it right now. Momentum on the side of CB Rush, but it's so close between these two. They're hairbreadths away from winning this entire tournament. The whole semester's on the line on this one last game, and I'm super excited.
All right, well, we're going to go into the Silver Scrapes. We're going to have a break, and then we'll have draft for game number 5 to decide who will be the champion of Runeterra Academy Junior Division Season 2. Welcome back, everyone. We're going into draft for game number 5. We'll see who can come out on top. CB Rush taking games 3 and 4. We'll be back on the blue side, Air Esports Revival with the side select, thinking that they will do better to stay on the red side, as it was the side that won the first 3 games of the series.
Yep, we're not wasting any time here. This time, Air Esports Survival. They're just banning away the Zoe as well. Frosty been absolutely monstrous on it, getting priority picks again and again, or rather important picks again and again. Have to use the terms correctly, of course. But man, this has been one heck of a series. CB Rush actually making the comeback here. The question whether will Air Esports Survival deny the reverse sweep. They have to. It's now come to this. Everything you've worked for in this entire semester coming down to one final test between these two teams. With the bans already underway. I mean, it's typical for CB Rush, and this time they're gonna take the Zaya away from Air Esports Revival. Not even going for Drusana, deciding to straight up pick for Evil Zara. It's gonna be the Zaya.
I wonder if you take the Rakan away. A Jin, that would be a different look for Air Esports Revival. Looks like they
Ooh.
want to Nautilus, most likely, though. We'll see if that ends up getting locked in. But I think that we've seen a lot of Zaya Rakan from CV Rush, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to that.
I mean, they can take their time picking their support if they want to. They can pick a few more priority targets. The fact that, Tilly getting taken out, Zoe as well. So what will Frosty fall back to is the big question. I'll need to be grabbing it, I think, within this time. Alistair getting picked up again. I
Could
mean,
be Lux.
it could be. Lux is free. He could decide to just go for it right now. And we saw how effective Frosty's Lux can be. There's a reason why it's banned against him, even though it's not your typical mid laner that you see in the meta. And looks like that's it.
Hey, there it
Yeah,
is.
there we go.
There it is.
This is for you, Tiger. Lux in the mid lane for the last game of the second semester here in the junior division. How excited are you, man?
I love Lux. Lux is my favorite champ. This is great.
There we go. All right. So right now, the response will it be the Annie? Are we going to season 1
Annie?
champions right now? The
Let
Annie
me
was banned
check.
away in the last game.
Phase bans a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Annie was banned in the last game. Looks like they're just gonna go for it right now as Air going back into the second ban phase. That's a lot of CC in Air Esports Survival's hands. But CBR, they also have a lot of CC in their hands, especially long range CC coming from the binding of Lux can easily make it a good target for Acid to go on top of. But right now, it's back to the draft. It's back to the banning phase. Rutledge not gonna be able to get the big to get the volibear for himself. But the thing I'm happy about Tiger, the fact that there's now AP. There's not
Yeah.
magic damage on the side of Air Esports Survival. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I think that the difference also in the CC outside of the long range that CBR has on it is that a lot of Air's engage is guaranteed. Like you flash stun with Annie's ultimate, you flash depth charge with Nautilus. Those things are going to be guaranteed, and then you can follow that up with the deadly flourish into opening up the curtain call. So there's a lot of potential engage. Both sides that's the case, but especially Airs is very threatening.
Oh yeah, definitely. Tibbers really comes to mind as one of those engages that's really hard to react to once Annie gets going. So we'll see if it works out. In the laning phase though, I would expect Lux to be able to get the drop on Annie in that case, and Xin Xiao being picked up for the first time in this series. Ryuji
Yeah,
falling back to
and,
this pick.
A little bit
There's
of a different look in the jungle than we've been seeing. We've
Yeah.
been seeing more carry stuff. We've been seeing Hekarims. We've been seeing Graves, and now with the Zinjao, that has a lot of carry potential, but is early game sort of stuff, and you're trying to set up your team as well. So different junglers potentially on both sides with the
Yo.
old being picked out here for game 5 is Acid on the jungle Olaf pick.
Oh, Tiger, we're gonna see some fighting. We're gonna see some fighting today here in the early game skirmishing definitely between picks like Sincha and Olaf who want to get going early, as you said. So we're gonna be looking at the skirmishes. We're gonna be looking how that plays out. Annie and Lux also definitely good in skirmishes. Nautilus and Alistar as well. Jin, man, it's just been an action-packed back and forth between these two teams, and I'm all for it.
I know why Ryuji picked Xin Zhao.
Why?
Ryuji was like, I did not get to play the early game last time. I have to pick a champ that I'm going to be allowed to play the early game on.
Okay, fair enough. And Jarvan possibly gonna be picked up for the solo lane. He can do well against the Kennen when it comes to long trades where they just go all in on each other. But Kennen can definitely possibly win that fight. Instead, Set it looks like Bobby Rob just gonna fall back to the Set against this Kennen. We'll see if he can be effective on it this time.
I can already smell it coming. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be a lot of fighting. I think that it's going to be close. We saw 3 stomps, but I don't know if 4 out of the 5 can be stomps. I want this game to be close, and I think it will be.
Yeah, I feel like it will be as well. Both teams, you can feel the desperation kind of in both teams as they're trying to win these fights again and again. All the outplays that are happening, mistakes that are sometimes happening, as well as it's a lot of pressure, especially in this last game. We might end up seeing a few misplays along with some great outplays, but hopefully it's gonna be a good game. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, I'm looking at these champions, and how many of them are champions that have been played before in this series even. I mean, the Lux is new to being played, Olaf, Kennen, Xin Zhao, Annie, and Jin all are new. And for the other ones, the set was played by Bobby Rob before. Core has played Nautilus, I think, every game except the first. And then the Alistar was played last game. But we're seeing such a turnover of champions going into game number 5 as we've had the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's completely different. I feel like between these two teams. I mean, Saya, Alistair still the mainstays, but man, looking at these, it's just gonna be wild team fights over and over again, like we saw in Game 4. So I'm hoping it's as close as we saw in the last game.
Yeah, I'm wondering where you think that we're going to start seeing some early game ganks, because when you pick out the Xin Zhao, you
Level
got to
1.
be expecting the gank, right?
Level 1. No, I'm just kidding.
Shows mid lane,
I
time to
think
die, fools.
I think Sinsha will do really good fighting either in the finding ganks either bot lane or mid. Lux of course does not have any escape, so she will be vulnerable if she gets stunned up. There's not much you can do except land a double binding, which is very unlikely. Someone's probably going to be able to freely hit her with auto attacks or spells. In the bot lane, that's a lot of CC coming from Jin and Nautilus. If they manage to get even a single tap onto Saya, she's just gonna get stuck there for such a long time and easily allow Ryuji to be able to follow up. In the top lane, it's gonna be a lot harder because Kennen has an easy escape out. Also, Set and Sinshao versus Olaf Kennen. I think I would favor Olaf Kennen because of the amount of CC that Kennen can bring out along with the damage.
Yeah, definitely after level 6, I agree with you, but I think before that, it's pretty heavily favored for Xin Zhao and Set. But I also wanted to mention that by picking the Olaf, there's a lot of pressure being put on Acid here. You gotta play that Olaf and carry the team, is basically what they're saying. You gotta get us to the late game, and then Evils are maybe going to set up the carry potential on the Xayah into the late game. But the Olaf will fall off if you don't have good early game. So Acid going to be under pressure of that. On the other side, it's just a front to back team fight comp look that we're seeing from Air Esports Revival, and I think that it should be relatively easy to execute, and I think that that will do them well going into Game 5.
The only problem I can see in a front to back fight, let's say a 5-man 5v5 fight between Air and CBR, is the fact that Air doesn't really have too much sustained damage. You know, Jin is an ADC, but he only has 4 shots to burst someone down. Annie is a burst has to burst someone down too. Xin Xiao and Set basically the same thing. So you know, if CBR are able to survive the first volley and Evil Zara is completely untouched, I feel like they're gonna win out on the 5v5 anyway. But we'll see. We'll see. It's been
All right.
unexpected so far. It's been a very surprising series so far between the two of these teams.
All right. Will we see the burst be enough to finish off the entire team? Will we see Acid survive on 100 HP and then do Olaf things? Will we see Rutledge get a 5-man slicing Maelstrom? What is it going to be? It's up to the two teams. CB Rush, Air Esports Revival, game number 5 to decide it all in the finals, and that's coming right after this intermission. Once more, everyone, we will return to the Rift, and it looks like CB Rush this time is going to be prepared for an all-out brawl at level 1. We'll see if they're going to have a
It's
fight on
always
our hands just
it's
yet.
always the spot on the map, Tiger. It's always the spot. It seems both teams trying to bait each other into a fight. And level one being important, looks like CB Rush finally recognized it and are actually answering what the side of Air Esports Survival are doing. Did they see the
Yeah,
ward there? They had
I don't
the
think they saw
sweepers
the
on, right?
word.
Oh, they don't
No,
have the sweepers. Okay, never mind. They won't see it then in that case. But
they were able to get deep vision though, so deep
yeah,
vision in both ways is possible.
they were able to
Actually, I
get
don't think.
deep vision, and Ares for Survival weren't. So that's something we have to take note of. They might not know the timing of where Olaf will be. Because even if they know that he's starting on the top side, he could just decide to go for a very fast clear and then go for a cheese gank somewhere.
Yeah,
They at least know that they got worded up and are able to get that. I'm not sure who managed to get it. Was Sincha that managed to get it. All right. I think it would have been nicer if Seth had gotten the word kill that way. He can abuse the fact that he will get level 2 at 6 minions instead of 7 and immediately try to go for an all in onto Rutledge.
yeah. But without that, I think that it'll just be normal things happening in the top lane. I mean, range versus melee is always going to be a little bit difficult, but Set's pretty good at dealing with any matchup.
Yeah.
So I think that should be pretty even. We'll see if any ganks coming that way. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryuji go that way. Could also go to the mid lane. I think that the stun setup from Annie early on is pretty helpful. A lot of gank setup in pretty much every lane actually for Aries
Yeah.
Sports Revive.
Yeah. So basically, Ryuji has free reign to go wherever he wants across the map. And you know what, Acid, I think he's able to track Ryuji well enough and go for a counter gank. That may be CBR's way into this game. Of course, they still have really strong late game scaling. When it does get there, Saya, of course, very strong in the late game. Lux just deletes people off the map, and Kennen, with the Maelstrom, can just turn team fights on its head. So it's not for a lack of scaling from these two teams. Both are gonna be happy. I think getting into the late game, but I think CB Rush are gonna be just a bit happier.
Yeah. So we'll see if the early game ends up working out in favor of Aries Sports Revival. I do think that in the late game, it's nice to have this front to back team fight of Set and Nautilus, followed up by
Oh,
Annie. And could be trouble here, though. Is Frosty going to have to flash away? That will be enough to get away since the binding connected with economical, but no flash means that definitely could be regained.
yep. But he does have the barrier still, so should be fine even after a repeat gank. Repeat gank. Sorry, but yeah, something to take note of right now, as I think I am affected by the bug, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to see the items when they come in later. Tree Dog and Evil Zera trying to go for an invade. Normal. This basically procedural for the side of CB Rush as they're trying to go for something more. Cordo.
Yeah, Core gonna flash forward, gonna try to
What?
get the stun down onto Acid, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, traded back is Frosty will fall. Ryuji and
Oh
Economical
my
trying to
gosh,
find
CB.
the collapse. Acid is very low. Ryuji gonna try to find the kill onto Acid. Vyudai able to close out that kill. Evil Zar dropping pretty low as well. Not going to be able to find the Blade Caller. Another one going down. Prey Dog going to have to run the rest of the way out, but it is a 3-for-1 in favor of Air Esports Revival.
What a great response from Air Esports Survival. This time, not allowing CB Rush to be able to get away with the invade. They were there to support their teammate. It was an interesting decision, I think, from Core to immediately just flash in into three people to try and stall out for his team to get in. As okay, in the top lane though, teleport coming in.
Teleport coming in. Yeah, this is going to be economical showing up. Needs to charge up the stun, but can do so. The stun's available now. One more ability would be able to trigger it, but acid
Uh,
here is
he's right
economical. Going
there.
to get jumped on immediately. You're going to have to find the stun to run
Oh, the
away from
sidestep.
it. Dodges the undertow, picking up the axe's acid, throwing it once again. Undertow's connecting left
Oh
and
no.
right. Economical could
Woo!
be in trouble. Auto attack would finish him off, but Bobby Rob turns it around with the haymaker, and acid will fall. Immediately, it's countered as 1-for-0 is in favor of Air Esports Revival.
That's two summoners down, but one kill up again for Air Esports Survival, who are looking really clean with the responses from this game, making sure to keep Asif at bay and not allowing him too much leeway into this early game. Bobby Rob has to be a bit careful though. He could end up just getting deleted by Rutledge immediately, and that would be very good. Here comes Showstopper!
Oh, he's kicked over to level
Oh,
6, the showstopper into an auto attack, and
oh
Rutledge will
no,
fall. Good hook going to come out in time from Core. The root not going to be able to stop that barrier. Goes down. Ryuji going to find the knockup, and Frosty will fall yet again. Here comes the three-man group. CBR going to try to re-engage this teleport coming in. Economical going to get rooted up by the Blade Caller, and Evil Zara will pick up the counter kill. Now Ryuji going to be in trouble. The Lightning Rush comes out from Rutledge, and it's a double kill for Evil Zara, and so it's 2-for-1 in the mid lane as CB Rush going to keep themselves alive in this game.
okay, CB Rush are not letting this go without a fight. This time they should have priority over the Dragon as well, but they're paying it. Ares for Survival are paying it right now. Byudai is here to respond. The teleport's coming here in from Set as well.
Yeah, Evil Zara very low to begin the fight. Going to have to flash away. Acid and Prey Dog going to be targeted here. Frosty showing up. Couldn't make it a 4v3. Going to
Oh,
find the double root. Byudai, though, going to finish off a trade of supports. A good final spark who was able to at least break up the fight enough that it was a 1-for-1 instead of a 1-for-0. That means that the Drake has fallen back under priority of Air Esports Revival, and they should be able to finish it off without any kind of contest.
I'm really surprised that Rutledge didn't decide to just teleport down there immediately to help support his team. Oh wait, he didn't have the sizing minute. Never mind, he wouldn't have been able to do much anyway. Uh, so there's that. There is that. So really well played by Air Esports Survival to make sure that they have the tempo across the on the map. Even though they fell in that mid lane, I think BU Die along with the core were able to buy enough time for the rest of the team to get in and get position over the map. With the cooldowns gone, there's not much they could do. Even though Frosty is a level up because Echo Manical has just been economical has just been going for. Oh wait, there's a Frank in their bot lane.
Or going to be punished for taking that uh, 90 gold. You're not going to be allowed to take the cannon minion this time around, as Evil Zara taking the third kill of the game for himself. And that means that CV Rush going to be back near even position on the gold, still down just a little bit.
Yep, this is 2,000 gold lead for Air Esports Survival with CB Rush countering whenever one team makes a play, the other team is able to succeed with the counter. So at least good stuff come from them. I'm not sure what the items are right now, Tiger. It had to hit me in
Mm-hmm.
Game 5 of the finals, the bug. Everything was going so well up to this point.
You hate to see it. We got just components for everyone. Everyone's got about the halfway mark of the mythics coming through. The support's a little bit behind as per usual. Ryuji going on an invade will be able to take away the blue buff, maybe trying to set up a dive as well. Rutledge got to watch himself here. Bobby Rob with a 2-level advantage for the moment. and the showstopper available. Rutledge ticking over to 7, but I think that it will just be. Finally, we're seeing some roams come through from the supports as well. Maybe I just didn't notice it in the last few games, but Core and Kraydog towards the top side this time around. Frosty here as well with Acid. So that means that just the 80 carries towards the bot lane right now. A lot of contests coming over the Rift Herald. Every objective mattering more when it's game number 5. It will be started up here by CB Rush, and it looks like it will be contested. Bobby Rob on the flank. We'll see if Economical can find his stun. Maybe looking to turn on Evil Czar. They were able to see him coming through the mid lane. Finding
Oh,
connecting, though, is going to be the insta delete onto Economical. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom. Not going to find any kills just yet. Here comes the showstopper on the back end. Core will fall to Acid.
Oh,
Now
the
it's going to be
damage!
turned around. Nobu Udai has showed up. 3 kills going immediately in favor of Air Esports Revival. Ryuji going to try to flash the blue,
Oh!
and Evil Czar will fall down. The snipe coming out, quadra kill. It's Jin Heaven, an ace for Air Esports Revival as they pick up the Rift Herald.
What a great response from Air Esports Revival in that big team fight over the Rift Herald. Even though Economical got caught out, they were able to turn things around. It was just basically a 3v I think it was a 3v5 at that point, but they were just it's just Ryuji Ryuji, Byudai, and Bobby Rob extremely strong at this stage of the game. The mid game is their time to shine for the Sat, for the Sin Shao, for the Jin, and they're just able to finish things off well after they blew all of their after the opponents just blew all of their ultimates on top of 2 targets.
Yeah, and that stopwatch from Core had such value in that fight, able to stay alive through the slicing maelstrom, not allow Rutledge to even pick up that kill, and then the showstopper comes in from Bobby Rob, and Bu Dai arrives now 6-0-2 on the Jin. This is going to be a big advantage, and we were concerned about maybe a lack of damage coming out from the
Oh
side
yeah.
of their esports revival, but be concerned no longer.
Yep. No need to be concerned about that one. Byudai has definitely activated on this Jin. No, one thing that happens to Jin is usually he doesn't have enough damage to compete with other ADCs if he's basically even with others. He becomes more of a supportive AD carry that will CC a lot of the enemy champions from long range. But now he definitely has the damage because he is just so far ahead of his opponent at the moment. I can't look at the gold lead right now, but all those kills plus the fact that he is ahead in CS means that this Byudai is in a position to be able to carry this game right now. Already a 1,200 gold lead for himself, and I feel like that's gonna get bigger and bigger as the game goes.
Yep, and a 3,000 gold lead for the team means that they will be in position with the Rift Herald to even expand it further and maybe try to finish off this game in similar fashion to how they were able to execute game 1 and 2.
Yeah, they have the dragon this time, and well, CB Rush they're in no position to contest. I feel like at least at the
It's
moment.
maybe for an undertow over the wall, but the smite is true from
Woo!
Ryuji. That means that the second Drake of the game has also been claimed. Uh, First time this series that we're seeing the Dragon stack in favor of Air Esports Revival.
That's true. Usually it's CBR that really prioritize trying to get the dragon for themselves, but this time not going to be able to do that. They can still be they if they can find positioning across the map, then they could still potentially stack all these cloud drakes and make it easier for them to be able to launch ultimates. I'm imagining Lux with full cloud with 4 cloud drakes and the cloud soul. And I'm just like that sounds like a nightmare scenario, but it might not be a nightmare scenario that Air Esports Survival have to face, and they should be able to get the top lane turret as well. So big advantage for them right now. The game is in their hands, but there's still ways for CBR to get back into this. All it takes is one flank, really good flank from Rutledge to be able to turn things around.
Yep, 4,000 gold lead now is starting to look like something that can be sustained here by Air Esports Revival. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But for right now, good pathing from Ryuji all around the map has allowed such amount of fights to go their way. and objectives and going in favor. All three objectives so far.
Oh,
Now
they're going.
Frosty can be in trouble as well. As I speak of Ryuji, he's found another one. Economical claims the kill. Now Core able to hook his way out and survive the bot lane gank. And here could be another flank coming through. The curtain call opens up. Not going to have quite a lot of damage there. But Bobby Rob here as well. Maybe just going to try to find his way onto Acid. Going to connect with the face breaker. Now Prey Dog going to kick him out with the headbutt. BU die maybe a bit far forward here. Core going to have to survive for a bit longer. Able to live through the blade collar. Ryuji trying to find the way in as well. But Rutledge may be needing to be collapsed on here. I don't. There's so much angles here. It's game number 5. Everyone's on edge. They don't want to be the person who gets picked off. So it looks like it's going to be all for just disengage coming through.
Yep. I mean, with the amount of pressure that it was pressure in the mid lane that allowed Air East for survival to get the lead that they have right now, with Frosty being targeted over and over and over again. Now, the cross map play was there for CB Rush. They tried to target the bot lane, Vyudai and Core, but Vyudai and Core just kept managing to survive. They were a rock so far in this bot lane, and they've just been benefiting from every team fight, especially Vyudai, who's been cleaning up house so far, being the janitor, but being a very damn good 2-1 at that. So it's just at this point, if you're CB Rush, the plan is to get as much farm as you can, then wait for a big objective, and then use the cannon teleport to full advantage. Rutledge has to be the one, I think, to win the team fight for his team. Either that, or they get a pick with Frosty using the slight binding.
Yeah, as you say, for you die, we're not getting out the brooms, but he brought his mop. He's cleaning up, regardless of whether it's a sweep.
I like that one.
Right
Yeah.
now, we're looking to handle top lane 2v2s. We got the Rift Herald about to spawn, so if we're seeing anything like what we've seen over the first 3 objectives, we may be encountering a fight shortly.
Final Spark used. Binding was hit as well. They were about to collapse onto Frosty, but he's aware that he's almost always in danger. They are relentless.
Yeah, Frosty doing a good job using the ult to clear a wave. Right now, can be used every other wave, I believe. 50-second cooldown on the final spark. Always seems a bit short, but, luck's gotta have some way to output big burst damage.
Just wait for the
That's
Cloud
what
Soul,
it's
man. Just wait for the Cloud Drakes to come in. She'll be launching those every 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, that is a fair point. But right now, it's the Rift Herald going down in favor of Air Esports Revival. So we'll see if they're able to put that down. Potentially get themselves prio over this third Drake of the game. Bobby Rob taking some poke from Acid, but not going to be extended too long here.
Yep. Acid just not able to find the opportunities to get ahead on this Olaf pick right now. It's just been Ryuji all the way. So far in this early game, maybe he'll be able to find something in the mid game when the team fights start breaking out. Now that he has his War Drinker completed as well, he's gonna be this is a power point for the Olaf. Problem is, this also a power point. This also a strong point for the Jin. For the Xin Zhao. And
Yeah.
now both teams fostering.
Yeah, the Drake has spawned Cloud Drake for the first time this game, and it looks like Ryuji is about ready to start it up. 5 men still here for the side of CB Rush,
Giving
but
this up.
both sides with the 5-man group will be in position to take this fight if necessary. Looks like just over the wall is what's going to go. The final spark a little bit late, and that's going to just about do it. So no actual fight going down there, just posturing an attempted steal, but not successful. So that puts us on sole point, and coming up here in 5 minutes could be a chance to claim the victory for the side of Air Esports Revival.
Man, I feel like that decision making from CBR is a bit off though. Like, if they're not gonna fight, I think it's better if you just send Rutledge over to top lane and make sure that he's getting as much farm as he can, so he can maximize his damage output as much as possible. Evil Zerdo, he's alone here against 3 people.
Yeah, this looks like trouble. Flash Root gonna come through from core. Featherstorm gonna go down, but the turret aggro has already been taken, which means Bu Yudai is free to finish up the kill. Tower goes down to the Rift Herald, And the gold lead just keeps it on extending 6,000 in favor of Air Esports Revival as they continue to press this game forward.
Yeah, Air Esports Survival, after losing games 3 and 4, are on the mount. They're trying to mount the win for themselves here as Bobby Rob, he has to flash away. So that's an important cooldown out of his hands, and will not be it up in time, I believe, for the next until the before the next dragon fight. So could be an interesting angle that they decide to go. I mean, it's a bonus at this point, right? I mean, Bobby Rob, he's still effective. He's still gonna be effective with just a showstopper, even if he doesn't have the flash, just to peel for his team. Because if you die right now, most valuable member at this point, they're gonna do so much damage, especially towards the squishy members from the side of CB Rush, of which there are many.
Yeah, I mean, you could even argue that everyone is squishy right now because Acid, you gotta get into the front line and drain tank to be able to survive, and everyone else doesn't have enough
Oh
stats to have any tankiness. Kraydog going to be forced to flash here, able to avoid the root coming down. Could have been trouble if it did. Although the unbreakable will makes me think that that might not have been such a fatal blow.
man, if you just get stuck hit by one CC, you're just stuck there for years. On either side, honestly, but especially for the side of Air Esports Survival right now. And there's so many ways for them to get on top of you from long range. And here we
Ooh,
go.
Kraydog's going to be in trouble. No flash now after the initial use. Unbreakable will going to come down. And that means that that cooldown will not be available as well. So all of the defensive things that Kraydog has are now on cooldown. We'll see if it could be picked as a result of that. Evilzar and Acid still in the area though, so Kraydog is going to be all right for now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be careful if he's gonna go for deep wards across the map to try and get more map control for himself. Even in his own jungle, he's not very safe because of how the vision line coming from Air Esports Survival is starting to extend further and further into CB Rush's own jungle. They're losing territory across the map because they don't have mid lane. They don't have any of their tier 1 right now, and it's just playing right now into Air Esports Survival's hands as they wait patiently for the next objective to come up. They don't need to play this fast. They don't need to. They don't need to. You know. They don't need to rush with this. Rush with this. The game is in their control. They can choke out. They can choke out CB Rush, but they have to execute cleanly because one misstep and CB Rush are back in the game.
Yeah, we've had the quietest stretch of the series so far now. The game is frozen for me. I'm concerned because I think that my computer might have frozen and that would be upsetting. I
Ooh.
don't think I can see anything right now. That's a problem. I'm going to see if I can get right back in.
All right. I'll take over for a bit. Always at the game 5, unfortunately, where we have the biggest tech problems. It's unfortunate, but it happens. The problem with online work. But anyway, guys, it's game 5 right now. Things are tense. It's still a 6,000 gold lead for Air Esports Survival. They have the advantage. They're gonna do what they can in order to extend this advantage. The Dragon Soul is coming up as well. 45 seconds before that comes up. CB Rush, they have resetted along with Kennen, who has his teleport. They do not have a deep ward, however, and Seth is already down pushing the lane. So a flank from Rutledge might have to come from the long way if he's going to be able to do it in the first place. They need to find an opening or they need to find a way to get Rutledge onto the backline as much as possible. The question is whether he'll have the time. He'll have time to be able to do it. Trying to get mid control right now. But priority is on the side of Air Esports Survival, and they do have control of the river. First one onto the fields. It's gonna have to be a face check coming in, maybe from Kraydog. CB Rush wanna end up winning out. As here comes the damage onto the dragon. It's getting started up already. Over the other side of the wall is CBR. And what can they do? They don't have position. They might end up giving this up. Here comes Acid trying to go in, trying to go what he can for the steal, and he's not going to be able to do it. He's just going to get taken down by BU Die, and it's going to be the Cloud Soul going over to Air Esports Revival. Well, I guess the most fitting way to end the series if they're going to be able to close this out, heading straight for the Baron with the jungler dead. This objective is basically free for the taking. There's no ultimate on the Lux either. There should be a clean take from them, and there's nothing CB Rush could do. They can only watch in agony as the
Yeah.
series is slipping from their fingers.
Looks like they want to fight here, though. It could be an engagement coming out. Evils are maybe a bit too far forward, though. Going to have to use the Featherstorm, and that will get the Baron stopped from Ares Sports Revival. So they're only able to claim the soul for now. But the
Okay.
curtain call is going to come over the top, maybe just to clear out the wave. But good stuff on the back end there from CV Rush to avoid the Baron being taken on the
Yeah.
back end of the.
Yeah, I agree. That was a very close call, honestly. The fact that you're able to stop the Baron allows them, buys them a lot more time to be able to do what they want. The question is, what can they do? They don't really have the damage to be able to do anything at the moment, and any team fight they try, they're unable to do what they want to do because Rutledge cannot get onto a flank. They need to be able to get control onto an objective first, so that they can put a hidden ward somewhere in the back line and allow Rutledge to do what he can on this cannon. But I think Ares for Survival are aware of that. They've been really diligent with the vision control.
Oh, here
Oh,
comes the sun coming
Rutledge
down economical, forcing the flash out
that's
from
big.
Rutledge. Able to survive, though. That's going to be big in case another band fight is to be brought up here in the short order. But without the flash, it will be a lot harder to use the slicing maelstrom effectively. So we'll see if that ends up being a difficulty for them as the game continues.
The difficulty is getting in position to use the slicing maelstrom in the first place. Ares for Survival just completely choking the vision out of the water. If you look at the top side of the map where the major objective is, there are basically no wards on the other side of the Baron for Rutledge to even teleport to.
Yeah, quite true. Would be very difficult to use the teleport, and that ward there could be the one that they want to look towards if the fight is being pursued in the top side, but on the west side of the jungle, the west quadrant. Then maybe that ward is helpful in that teleport order. But otherwise, as you're saying, it could be difficult to find that. Acid could be in
Want to go
trouble
for
here.
more?
Going to be knockup coming through, teleport coming in. Now with a 5-man group for Air Esports Revival, going to be setting up around the Baron, going to be able to take down the Scuttle Crab. Some poke damage going to come down, a root coming out from Frosty. Bobby Rob going to walk forward, going to try to clear out all of this extra vision and steal away maybe a jungle camp before we have a Baron fight necessarily. But Acid going to be able to smite it over the wall, it looks like.
They can force the Baron here to force their opponents onto a fight. There are no good words for Rutledge to be able to teleport to at the moment. It's just so good. It's such good vision control coming from Air Esports Revival. They've been
A little
so
bit of
wait.
whiff there from Economical,
Uh
actually. On
yeah, I don't know about that one. I guess they maybe just want Tibbers to be able to tank the tower in order to get it for themselves, but that's a pretty good cooldown that they had to give up. It looks like they're not gonna go for the objective though, so at least they're not gonna fight straight up after losing a very big ultimate from themselves. Okay.
zoning ultimate. It was a zoning ultimate so that they could get the tower, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a bit of a zoning ultimate from the Lux as well. But Frosty, he just doesn't have the damage. If you saw what happened to Annie, she just basically lost a quarter of her HP, and I think Economical's just completely fine with that. Frosty's just not. We haven't seen the heights coming from his Lux like we did because she just got targeted over and over and over again.
Yeah, only 0-4-3. Still pretty decent farm. Has a wave clear potential, but not having any assassination potential means that it's a lot harder to navigate team fights with the Lux mid as it would be with some sort of control mage or something else that we've seen from Frosty potentially, like the Zoe, which was so lethal.
Yep, unfortunately for them. I mean, Lux and Zoe basically the same concept, right? You have the long range to be able to poke. You have the long range to be able to CC people. But I think Zoe's a lot more slippery, a lot more effective because she can, steal summoner spells, steal items, and Lux just isn't able to do that. If she gets caught once, that's pretty much over for her. And she got caught time and time again in the early game. As we're already getting into the Elder Dragon territory, 45 seconds before that comes up. And Air Esports Revival wanted. Here comes the
Oh, flash
flash.
forward. War is going to go in. This is the engaged slicing maelstrom. Going to catch out 3, but Economical is onto the back line, going to be able to finish off Frosty. Rutledge going to find one counter, but it's a 4v3 on the map. Now Heels coming through just barely enough to survive, but not for long, as it's going to be the ace coming through from Air Esports Revival. A triple kill for Bu Dai, and isn't that just how the whole game is gone? It's going to be a 5-for-1 as Air Esports Revival will head towards the Baron.
Man, that fight was won off the back of course expert engage. I don't think even CBR saw that one coming. They were able to he was just able to get onto the priority target as well with the flash. Even though they tried to CC him, they tried to stop him, he still managed to get away. Now they're going to be able to get the Baron, and they should be able to get the Elder as well. Barring any difficulties, Lux is already heading towards there. No, never mind. They're not able to get the Elder. Set's not able to solo it. He's not the type of champion to be able to do that. He's still able to get control for himself. Everyone is resetting, getting more items, and now they're heading back for round two. And this round heavily favors Air Esports Survival.
Yeah, it's kind of a last ditch effort here for CB Rush behind by this much. Oh, and
Oh,
Root going to come down though. This could be trouble. The combo, but they just don't have the damage to take out Bobby Rob. The
oh,
turnaround, the showstopper going to slam down the kills. Two already down, and now it will surely be a third. Evil Zara will fall. A double kill for Economical. Only one man remaining, and it's Frosty, but
oh.
going to be sniped by the fourth shot under the tower. Going to be able to survive yet a bit longer. Just going to have to run all the way away, though. Baron buff going to buff the incoming minion wave. And with the respawn timers at over 20 seconds for all of the carries, it's going to be a very uphill battle in order to even defend the base at this point.
Yeah, Sinjao, Ryuji is immediately going towards the buff. I don't think they're gonna end it here. They're just going to leave it. They're just gonna kill the inhibitor and immediately head towards the Elder Dragon. Now, unless a
All right.
miracle happens for Acid, I think they're gonna be able to get this one. No one's nearby. Here comes a teleport from Kennen though. He does have the slicing
Um,
maelstrom, I believe. There's one. The
Here
flash
it
in.
comes. Here, try to get on the
Oh
view drive, but
no.
it doesn't matter. Bobby Rob going to pick up the kill, not even able to channel the beginning of the ultimate, and Rutledge going to be off the map. Elder Drake going to be dropped very low, waiting until the vision is gone to try to avoid any steal. Here comes Acid,
Oh
but it's going
no.
to be taken down by Ryuji. Better jungle wins. GG. Over the wall comes View Die. That's going to be it. Frosty able to take out one on the back end of the fight, but that's all it's going to be, because it's a 4v2 on the map with the Elder buff, with the Baron buff, with the mid wave, and they will be charging towards the Nexus as Air Esports Revival, after losing game 3, after losing game 4, have found their way back to get in game number 5, and Evil Zara going to try to defend the base. Slicing Maelstrom going to be channeled by the recently respawned and recently re-killed Rutledge. The shutdown will come, but only one, because the last Nexus Tower will fall, and Air Esports Revival are your Season 2 Junior Division champions.
What a game coming from Air Esports Survival, showing dominance in the early game, in the mid game, in the late game. Well played from them. After losing two in a row, they brought it back and ended up winning. What a series coming from both squads. Of course, CB Rush, they managed to make this a lot more competitive than it looked like it would be at first. But it's just Air Esports Survival, they were the better team on the day. I don't think anyone can doubt that.
Yeah, and really, it was everyone on each team had their moments throughout this series. It was such a good series, back and forth the whole way, and in the end, Aries Sports Revival able to capitalize on the fact that they were able to come right out and win those first two games, and then give themselves the long road back to figure out how to get that last victory. And in the end, it and came down to Bu Diet finally having that pop off performance that we saw. Game number 1 and game number 5 were Bu Die. The rest of them maybe not so much. Maybe it was the rest of the team trying to do some work. But in the end, that Jin performance was huge.
Yeah. I mean, he was the janitor, but also core with disengages. it was beautiful to watch. I think the team fights were won because of how stable the bot lane was. They're able to get so much done. The mid lane kind of collapsed because of Ryuji as well. And despite economical just being a more supportive carry, he still managed to make it work on the Predator Annie. And I think we need to get the team over here for an interview.
Yeah.
And yeah, I will be right back, guys, with the interview with Air Esports Revival. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to Air Esports Revival, our season 2 champions.
Congrats to you guys. How are you guys feeling?
Pretty good.
Fucking
Tired,
pumped.
man.
Yeah.
Tired.
Let's hope again.
I'm
Two very
tired of
different
this
answers.
role. Get out. I'm crawling.
Yeah, I know. We feel you that way. 5 game series, so I'm sure you guys are exhausted. So we're not gonna keep you for too long. But I mean, starting your journey in the regular season, I just want to ask: did you guys expect to be here in the grand finals and actually win?
Yeah, I actually believe in
Yes.
the face. You know,
All
when
right.
when
Why not?
when I see this, I'm like, why not? Let's just do it. Let's get the champion. That's
Bunch
how
of
we
Okay.
think.
scrubs just gathered together, and yeah, we're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. My other question: you guys basically defeated the best teams in Runeterra Academy Junior Division to get here in the first place. You guys took down BBC, then you took down CB Rush after. Did you guys have any special preparations for playoffs that you guys did, or were you just straight chilling?
Yeah, of course. We did so many different tactical versus different teams. We were
A lot of
trying to.
homework.
We're looking over the teams and we were deciding our what to play and what are the champs we can play against them and what to ban those stuff. Yeah, we definitely prepare a lot for those.
I think it definitely showed with the way you guys were able to just play around, the strengths of especially CBR. And it was really nice to see from you guys, especially considering that a lot of people predicted CB Rush to be able to win this series, but you guys managed to pull through. I even saw the EDG logo coming from someone. I'm not sure who it
Yes,
was.
sir. It's me.
Yeah,
Just pulling
Mr.
out.
Core.
I guess you guys channeled the spirit of EDG, so congrats to you guys. Now, in the series, you guys were up 2-0, then you lost 2 games. So what was the feeling going into game 5?
We were like, fuck it, let's just do it. Then we
Yeah,
win.
we need. It's just a best of one at that point, and if we knew we could win the first game in the landslide, we just had to
Yeah, of
adapt
Clear
and
our
course.
see what we
minds.
did
Try
well. Like
something new.
literally,
Yeah.
yeah. I
That's fair.
yeah, I
Bring out
personally
my
felt
gene
really
with
bad. Yeah.
bring out my gene with my perfect KDA. Let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
congrats on that, Dai. I think you definitely pulled your weight there in that game 5. Anyway, Tiger, you got any questions you want to ask the guys?
Yeah, I first of all wanted to say I love the preparation in the drafts and the adaptation throughout the series. It,
Mhm.
it was really good to see in the first game. We weren't expecting to not have any acid focus on the bans, but then we really saw why that ended up making sense with banning out Frosty's pool, banning away even Evil Zara's pool, and then they were able to adapt to that. But then going into the last game, what was it uh, in the draft there that helped you come back around after having lost game 3 and 4?
I guess it's the Annie.
Yeah, it was
It's
draft diff. It left open for one game. We had to bust on new champions, honestly.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, new ADC, new mid laner. It was
Oh
open.
yeah, that's
So
not
we
a new
decided.
AD. I just don't play
Bear.
it.
Yeah. Come on,
Pass the
like
pass the AD. Let's go.
Bear.
Yeah. All right. That's good to hear. I mean, it was like a surprise left hook coming out of left field. I felt like with the fifth game draft from you guys. Like so far, you guys picked what we didn't expect, and I think it really worked out for you guys. So congrats on that. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go soon, but before that, do you guys have any people you want to shout out or someone you know?
Yeah, there is a few sentence I want to say to the BBC. Okay, if you say "shut up" in the air in the chat, I can see that. I know you are looking at the stream and getting salty, but we're going to take that money. You know,
Def-
you're just a mad. You're just a mad. You
oh
cannot.
my
Season two
On
wins.
a
Let's go.
That
on a
caused
more
that. We are
wholesome
the
note,
season two winners.
we had a lot of friends who cheered for us along the way. We appreciate them a lot.
Yes.
Alright.
And this
Anyone
is
else?
like, oh yeah, I was gonna say this is like, I don't really play League competitively, so it's like a new like refreshing experience, right? I
Yeah.
just want to thank the team. Like we had a roster change really early on, and since then we like adapted our play style. Just just to be like, oh, what's strong weak side, and then we just decided, okay, our entire team is strong side. So, we gotta adapt off that, and yeah, just want to thank everyone
Yeah.
on the
By the
team.
way,
Yeah,
yeah. But by the way, transforming into a AD is pretty hard actually. I'm
yeah.
a top lane player before that, so for
Oh
the team,
yeah.
yeah, we did so hard. You know.
Yeah. All right. That's good to hear. And congrats to you guys. Yuji, you got anything? I haven't heard
By
from
the
you
way,
yet.
there's one last sentence, okay? That's our jungler wants me to translate to
Oh,
all the
okay.
people that are watching, okay?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
said
sure.
all the jungler are terrible. He's the only MVP jungler, okay?
Okay,
It's
okay.
Luigi and everyone else. Everyone else is trash. That's one he want to say. Yes.
All right, fair enough. Good job. Good
All
job,
right.
guys.
All
You
right.
guys
Thank you guys for
better
catching
help
it.
back
Thank
that
you.
up next season. You're
Yeah,
gonna
you guys
have
have to
people
definitely
coming
back
for
that
you.
up. All right.
Yes.
So we'll
Alright.
let you guys go. Thank you so much for coming to the interview, and congrats again on winning
Thank you.
season 2 of Runeterra
Yeah.
Academy. We'll let you
Thank
guys
you for your
go.
effort.
Have a
Yes.
good night.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's going to just about do it for our cast tonight. A great series between CB Rush and Air Esports Revival, taking us to Game 5, a 3-2 victory for Air Esports Revival. And that concludes the season for Runeterra Academy's junior division. But there should be one matchup left. We've got the seniors tomorrow night.
Yeah.
That should be it for season 2. And should be an exciting matchup, so be sure to tune in for that. But thank you everyone for staying up with us late into the night. I know that especially after the daylight savings time, we're even later than we usually would feel at this hour. So thank you very much if you're still with us, and thank you to Miles and Wookie for being with me for this entire cast, and to the people at Runeterra Academy with Red, PVS, all the people that work behind the scenes. I am Tiger, and have a good night, everyone. Class dismissed.